Commissioners, please ensure that your microphones are on.
Then you have to turn your microphone off. Speak, your laptop, your speaker.
Okay, make sure please that you speak directly into the mic, Commissioner Shavetta. Mic is there.
Yeah, you have your mic.
Ms. Matias, we are live recording and streaming live on YouTube. You may proceed with this morning's public executive review session.
Okay, ready?
Yes, you may
morning.
proceed.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for August 10th, 2026. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. Commissioner Otley Brown is joining us remotely for this session. The first items up are deferrals. Item number 1, 2025-3738 BZ 39 BZ 2064 53rd Street, 5302 21st Avenue, 5302 21st Avenue, and 53rd Street. Decision items. Item number 2, 2024-27 BZ and 55-12 BZ 762 Wythe Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. So we have a closure on this. We have all the SECRA sign-offs and applicant has submitted revised plan with associated notes. Everybody is satisfied with the information that's been provided? Okay. I then make a motion to approve the special permit and the variance with following conditions. The proposed project shall provide electric heating and hot water systems to the proposed expanded portion of the buildings, which is 2 floors. The exhaust stack related to the existing natural gas-fired hot water system for the existing building shall be elevated to a height of 87.5 feet above grade, 3 feet above the bulkhead at the northeast corner of the proposed school enlargement. The building will require a window wall attenuation of 31 dBA along the Penn Street frontage facade and along the western facade. In addition, 31 dBA window wall attenuation is required along the first 50 feet of the Wythe Avenue facing facade, measuring from Penn Street corner, and a 28 dBA for the remainder of the Wythe Avenue facing facade. Trash shall be stored in the designated room in the cellar and in storage bins for pickup as indicated on the plan. Trash storage bins shall be stored within 3 feet of the building wall, located only along Penn Street as indicated in the BSA approved plan. Sidewalks shall be kept clean and free of debris. No trash bags or containers shall be stored in the street fronting the subject storage apart from pickup. Any questions or comments on their conditions? Okay.
Okay, the motion to approve, Chair
Aye.
Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta, Commissioner Yoon, Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. 2026-03 BZ 116 Hitchcomb Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, we received the DEP sign off on hazmat. No further investigation is needed. So I want to really thank the
I know.
team, our BSA team and the applicant. This is really a very good project, something that will restore the use of an historic building in a manner that is very respectful of the historic context. So with that in mind, I'm pleased to make the recommendation to approve with the conditions that heating and hot water ventilation and air conditioning systems shall be powered by grid electric power. HVAC types shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. And all construction work shall be in accordance with the LPC certification of no effect.
Anyone? Okay.
Everybody's okay? All right.
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 2026-128463 Police Street, Staten Island.
Okay, this is an application for a GCL 35. So I want to make a motion to approve this application with the following condition, that BSA is not waiving any applicable flood regulations. It is subject to DOB review and approval. Is everybody satisfied with that condition?
Okay. The motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted.
Okay,
Tony, you broke up a little bit when you made that.
you broke up a little bit. Can you repeat again?
You want me to recall the case?
Yes, you broke up. It was hard to hear.
Okay. Decision on 2026-13A, 2026-14A, 44-49 North Avenue, Staten.
Sorry, it's hard to hear the address.
Yeah,
Um,
it's mumbled.
It's like you're in and out, kind of. I think we need to,
Wait. What's going on?
Can you hear us?
yeah, we can hear you. It was just very muffled, the way Tony's announcement sounded.
Okay.
Yeah, try one more time.
Again,
13A. 2026-14A. 45 and 49. North Avenue, Staten Island.
I think it's Miss Matias.
Have the YouTube going or is on Zoom? If you could turn off your speaker, because we can
Ask
pick
the
up.
interpreter.
OK，呀，有没有人正在用这个 Zoom 或者是正在看这个油管可以把它关掉吗？因为会造成这个回音。
Oh, maybe, no, okay. Okay,
Okay.
shall we pull it? You heard that? We're good?
Okay, can you start again? Just call the case again?
Call one more time? Sure. Decision item 2026-13A, 2026-14A, 45 and 49 North Avenue, Staten Island.
All right,
We're good?
okay, I guess we are good. So applicant did submit a revised plan. Did everybody look at it? It really does not change any of the findings. So motion to approve the GCL 35?
Chair Shanda. Aye. Vice Chair Shabeta. Commissioner. Wood.
aye, it's very muffled.
Why?
Yeah, every time Tony Matias speaks, it gets Exactly. muffled.
Who is coming on?
Ms. Matias, maybe just step, like, speak a little bit further from the microphone.
Further from the microphone, does that sound better?
No, I'll make an adjustment.
Okay.
It is a local.
I turned my thing off.
Yeah.
It's off. My audio was off. Heck. Today, Mondays, always Mondays. Is there something wrong with, it's gonna come? Carla's coming. That's weird.
Yes, something you're under one.
Really?
Tony?
Yeah. I know. Can we check maybe my machine? Huh? It's on.
I don't know if your mic is, something is wrong with the mic.
I don't know. This off?
Did you get all this? Everybody was hoping to, we'll make an announcement after the review session. Those who want to speak, please.
Yeah, he gave me the sheet.
Okay.
We're still recording, so. Oh, my video is not on. My camera's not on. My camera's not on. Why is that? Do I have my camera on? No. It's, oh, there it is. Justin? Does that sound clear?
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Can I?
It's a little bit better.
Great.
Now I could barely make out the words. Before, it just almost sounded like the Peanuts cartoon. Wah, 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 wah.
So, the review session, does that sound better?
No, still half garbled. And the only words I made out were review session.
Are you able to hear the rest of us clearly?
Yes, I can hear the rest of you clearly, actually.
I have to unplug it from that and plug it in.
I can't get. Sorry, folks.
Can you try it again, Ms. Matias?
Yours out.
Is it on?
I did.
And I'm gonna.
No, she did, he just said that.
I'll just.
Is it on?
Commissioner Otley Brown, can you hear Ms. Matias?
Say something? No.
Oh, that was muffled.
Can it? Interesting. Never happened before.
For now, then.
I don't know.
That was clear.
Okay.
This is clear.
That was not.
Okay, I think,
We need a minute.
so
Is it the distance? Maybe if she sat a little bit.
Morning. Hello, good morning.
Hi, Jill, can you hear me?
I can
I
hear you,
can hear
Carl.
Carlo.
It's my voice.
Someone in the room. That's odd. Well, we'll try it again.
we'll keep your talking to a minimum. All right, you need to proceed.
Yeah, we need to get this moving, yeah. Can I?
Yeah, we're not paused.
Is he sure? Because I don't
Are
want
we
to.
ready to go?
They hear it from here. And then you just take the.
Yeah, let Jella call the
Okay.
hearing.
Okay,
Okay.
you want to call it from there?
You need to make sure your mic is.
It's off, all bar.
Item number five.
Okay, I'll check.
Item number five. Okay, we will, sorry about that, everyone. We will continue the decisions for the BSA review session.
Right, so generally. For this one.
Okay, it's hard to hear you, but I'll do what I think you said. Okay, calendar number 2026-13-A and 2026-14A, 45 and 49 North Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we received the revised plan. The revision to the plan did not alter any of the findings. The action before us, everybody satisfied with it? Then make a motion to approve the GCL case, GCL 35 case.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetha,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Item, application has been granted.
Thank you.
The next, we will have the appeals calendar. New cases, calendar number 2025-54A 2114 Coyle Street, Brooklyn.
OK，接下来这个上述的这个是关于114 Cohen 街 Brooklyn 的这个案件的 case。
Thank you. Commissioners, please note, every statement we will be making during the review session and also public hearing, it will be interpreted, so face your statement.
OK， 那这边有翻译，所以请就是发言者呢讲一句停一句，让翻译这样子用这样子的方式，好不好？
Two appeal cases have been filed by the same entity challenging DOB's permit issued for one development located on tax lot 10. We will hear these two appeals cases separately. The first one is 2114 Coyle Street, Brooklyn.
今天有2个上述的这个 case， 那我们分开来这个做听证会，因为这个是上诉挑战纽约市楼宇局所派发的一个大楼的许可证嘛。第一个要听的这个案件是关于2114Coyle街 Brooklyn 的这个地方。
Community Board approved the appeals application and recommended DOB to revoke the permit until all required stormwater and environmental approvals have been lawfully obtained.
那是否呢可以呢上诉呢要求呢楼宇局呢暂时呢这个收回这个或者是拒绝派发这个大楼的许可证，一直到他们所有的这些暴风雨所相关的这些允许证呢完全办好了之后再处理或者是批准。
We also received 3 letters in support of the appeal application.
我们收到呢3封呢支持呢这个上诉就是要求取消的支持的3封信。
Appellant Xiaofeng Yi challenges DOB's issuance of permit number B01000922-S2ST, the demo permit for partial demolition of the subject site on lot 10 without obtaining a DEP's approval of stormwater pollution prevention plan.
那么其中的一个支持反对的上诉的是肖方毅，那他提出对这个B0100922S2ST 的这个许可证呢提出反对，反对就是在第10号的这边他们正在拆房demolition 拆房的这个事情，一直到呢希望呢是能够得到DEP就是环境保护局他们的这些关于废物的处理跟这个如果是有洪水或者是淹水的这种繁放的这种处事或者是批准得到之后，希望暂时我们反对他们的这个楼宇局的所派发的这个许可证。
All right. Both DOB and the owner's rep provided its response and stated that the permit issuance is not in violation of the Administrative Code 28-105.1.2.
那楼宇局呢也做出了一个决定，就说我们所派发的这个楼宇局的许可证呢，并没有呢违反呢任何的这个相关的法条或者是相关的法律202554A。
Appellant, in its subsequent response to DOB's statement, raised property ownership and issues related to subdivision, builder's pavement plan, street tree checklist. When filing an appeals application to revoke a DOB permit, The review of the argument is based on the challenges stated in the initial submission.
Yeah，那我们在收到了这个挑战跟反对，我们是根据第一次的入档案的相关的资料呢来做我们的决定。其中呢有挑战就是这个地方的拥有权，跟它的分隔的一些方面的这个事情，跟这个所谓的 street check 测试检查这个 ，sorry，what was the street check？
Street tree checklist.
Street
Tree checklist. OK, thank you. OK， 和这个街道的这个树的这个列单呢？
Do I have to state the second sentence that I said when? Okay.
Mm.
For this case, it is the appellant is challenging of DOB's issuance of a demolition permit without obtaining the DEP permit. Permit number B 01000922 S2 ST. Additional challenges related to property ownership, subdivision, street tree are not within the purview of the initial challenge, and board will be advised not to consider it. And please note, much of this is part of the second appeals case.
OK， 那么最当初的这个挑战呢，跟反对呢，是反对这个楼宇局呢，所派发的这个拆房的这个许可证嘛，也就是这个 B01200922的这个许可证，但是呢，我要告诉大家就是关于挑战跟反对的第二部分就是挑战。这个地方的拥有权跟它的分隔权，跟这个所谓的街道的树木的这个列单呢，这部分呢，我们不会在今天的这个挑战跟上诉的过程考虑这方面，只考虑呢，就是说当初挑战的所提出来的第一部分。
Thank you. So upon review of the documents provided, I agree with DOB. DOB's process is issuing the partial demolition, DOB's process of issuing the partial demolition permit is not contrary to the Administrative Code 28-105.1.2. According to the Administrative Code, it is a violation when a development on a covered project starts without, I bold that statement by saying without, getting a stormwater permit from DEP first, which is not the case in this matter.
Yeah. 那根据我们的审查 DOB 的审查，那么我们呢仍然呢是愿意呢这个派发这个部分的这个拆房的这个许可证。Sorry, what was the number, the permit you were saying?
28
28-105.1
105.1.2.
OK， 就是根据这个法条嘛，28105.1.2，而且呢，说他们没有得到洪水或者是storm water 洪水防水的这个许可证的这样子的提出的挑战呢，也是不被接受或者是不正确的。
In addition, DEP on a letter dated July 15th, 2026 states that DOB review was appropriate and that DEP does not expect DOB to treat a partial demolition as a covered development project in the absence of information on an alt CO application for a partial demolition, that the partial demolition itself will disturb of 20,000 square foot of or more of soil of a large common plan of development that will disturb 20,000 square foot or more of the soil.
OK， 那第一批说呢，这个26年7月15号的时候，这个他们所申请的的确是恰当的，而且这个是 一个大的工程里面的其中的小的部分，影响到大约2万平方尺左右的这些范围的一个工程。
Hence, the challenge, in my opinion, lacks the merit and it's moot.
所以以我们的意见呢，这个挑战呢是没有这个足够的支持的理由。
I though will, during the public hearing, let the appellant and the property owner and DOB make a statement, present their argument. Vice Chair, you can
Thank,
repeat that.
OK，那接下来我们的副主席呢，有发言。Actually, sorry, can you repeat what was this?
Even though I consider this application moot and not merit a hearing, I will let the appellant, the property owner, and DOB make a statement.
OK，虽然呢，我们已经做了决定，但是呢，而且不需要有任何的听证，我还是呢让这个上诉者这个地方的拥有者跟这个 DOB 呢有机会可以发言。
Thank you. Vice Chair Shibeta.
副主席 Sheridan。
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief because much of this is going to be repetitive.
The microphone.
Yeah.
I'm going to be brief because much of this would be repetitive, but this appeal alleges that the applicant submitted for a new building. The application submitted for the MB is defective, and the MB must be revoked as a result. They allege a factually inaccurate owner authorization.
No, that's.
OK，那我就简短的不会再重复。那刚刚这个申请这个上诉呢，是关于这个大楼说他们的当初的所得到的许可证呢是有缺陷的。
Just one moment. The only thing I'd like to add to what the chair has stated is that, and this is to DOB, is do we have anything that shows David Schwartz being a legal signatory of the COIL entity, and that entity had then become the equitable, then the next entity that merged or took it over actually did so. If there's usually a one-page document showing the change in corporate hand. If we have anything like that, I think that would be great to have to be submitted into the record.
OK，就是不知道是否你们有没有关于就是那个房地产或者是那块地的拥有的权的相关的一些文件，如果的改变，就是关于拥有权改变的相关的文件，如果有的话可以递交这样子。
I just, for the record, the matter that you raised is more appropriate for the second case.
Yes, right.
So all I would say that DOB in its statement in the second case did indicate how the chain of title and the contract of sale is considered a valid document for them to proceed with the ownership.
Yeah.
But we haven't called that, but that will be discussed
Okay.
at the subsequent discussion.
OK，sorry, can you summarize exactly?
The issue
OK
Vice Chair Shibeta raised
OK
is not for this particular case, it is for the next case.
OK，刚刚委员所提出的那个问题的话其实是跟第二次的上诉有关，跟第一次的上诉是无关的。
And finally, I agree that the stormwater issue is moot, I don't understand what arguments can the applicant claim at this point? Are they saying that the MB permits issuance that were later cured? Or at this point, we do have a valid stormwater construction permit. So I'm not sure what the argument would be.
所以我不太明白，也不太清楚，到底你们的这个辩论或者是你们的道理是什么呢？因为这个拿洪水这个允许证的这个问题，其实已经不是问题？所以我不太明白你们上诉的理由或者是根据是什么？因为他们的这个洪水的 storm water 的这个允许证呢，其实是合法的，或者是有效的。
Thank you. Anything more?
Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
I will be brief. I agree with the chair in her expression of support for DOB's position and DEP's concurrence of that opinion. I do not find the appellant's arguments compelling. I also agree with the vice chair, and I'm not sure what remedy the appellant is seeking since the required sign-off was given by DEP ultimately.
Yeah. 那我也同意呢，DOB 跟 DEP 他们的立场，我也不太了解呢，就是申诉人、上诉人的这个上诉的根据或者是这个理由，而且呢，最后呢，是 DEP 他们这个部门呢来做最后的决定。
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Long story short, I do agree with you, but I will explain why. I do believe that DOB did it right, and a demo permit does not require the demo permit for this specific site did not require a stormwater management pollution protection to be issued before.
那我同意，我们主席的他的这个，我也同意，主席所做的决定，就是在这个 case， 在这个这个案子啦，这个并不需要呢，去申请呢这个所谓的洪水的这个许可证嘛，所以我也同意我们主席的这个决定。
According, if you look at the document submitted by the applicant, Stormwater Management for Water Pollution Control, Chapter 19.
如果你看看第19段关于这个洪水防止污染的这一段。
In this document, there are three very important definitions that should be understood. In order to know where DOB and whoever agrees with them is coming from.
其实呢，这里有3项理由，那对了解 DOB 的决定，为什么有这样子的决定，对这3段的了解非常重要，有关系。
The first definition is called cover development project.
Cover
development project.
OK， 第一个就是所谓的盖起来的 cover， 开发的这个工程。
And in this cover development project, according to DEP manual, something called development activity that result in ground disturbance of more than 20,000 square feet should exist.
OK， 那第一个定义呢，就是所谓的这个DEP 啊，也就是这个环境保护局嘛。 他们说呢，对这个所谓的地面的这个影响呢的定义啊，就是如果地面的这些活动呢，超过呢影响的范围20000平方尺 20,000 square feet。OK，
Yes, of
2万
ground disturbance.
OK， 2万平方尺的影响范围。
I just put the copy of the stormwater management, chapter 19 on the screen.
那我把第19段，就是我刚刚所提到的这个19段的这个法条，关于防止洪水的与许可证的这方面的相关的法条放在荧幕上。
And over here is the definition of the cover development project. And here is the definition of a development activity.
那这边呢，就是有关于就是遮盖起来的相关的地方的发展开发and the second one, sorry.
The second one is the definition of the development activity.
OK，
Yes.
OK，
This one.
OK， 那么第二段呢，就是有关于他们的开发的相关的活动，开发相关的活动。
And the development activity is kind of like any construction activity that take place on site.
OK， 开发的活动呢的定义呢，就是说所有在工地，包括所有在工地所施的工做的活动做的事情。
So for a project to require a stormwater pollution protection permit to be sent or issued and sent to DOB, you need to have a covered project, which means that this project contain a development activity that contains more than 2,000 square feet
20
of
of
ground.
20,000.
I'm sorry, 20,000 square feet of ground activity. Thank you.
所以呢，意思就是说，他们必须呢，要申请，要得到这个所谓的洪水污染许可证。如果他们在上面的活动是所谓的cover，就是有盖起来的这样子的开发的活动，而且他们的这种开发工程或者是活动呢，所影响到的地面的面积呢是超过2万平方尺。
That to explain the ground disturbance means that you remove everything above the existing grades, like a structure, slab on grade, or anything like that, and then you start digging into ground, even if it's 6 inches. That we call that in the engineering world, ground disturbance.
OK， 所谓的地面的2万平方尺的这样子的影响的定义呢，就是说，在这个地面的范围上，把这些建筑啊楼宇把它拆掉，而且呢，是挖下地面6英寸的这样子的这个范围，才能够算是这个才算是所谓影响地面的活动。
Now, if we do the test, let me take a look first at the AC, the administrative code, and see what it says. And I'm gonna read from the code.
OK， sorry, one more time, the AC code.
Yes, the administrative
Okay,
code, the
okay.
AC code, yes.
OK， 好，那现在呢，我把相关的 AC code， 就是法律的相关的法条法规读一下，读出来。
It does say, it shall be a violation of this code to engage in a development activity with respect to a covered development project without a storm water construction permit issued by the Department for Environmental Protection.
OK, is there something I can look at? I can't really see that.
Here, come.
Oh.
No, it doesn't, it cuts.
I can, you can read and I'll move it for you.
Oh, OK。 So you read the top part, right?
Yes,
Okay, okay. Okay, so that's it.
it shall be a violation of this code to engage in development activity with respect to a covered development project without a stormwater construction permit issued by DEP.
Commissioner, you're going a little too fast for him. Why don't we condense?
He's gonna, I thought he's gonna read it from the screen. Can you read from the screen?
Yeah, when I get to the middle, maybe move. Okay, thank
Yes,
you. Okay.
I moved for you.
OK，所以现在呢，我把28105.1.2，它的这个洪水的这个许可证的这方面的法条呢，读给大家听。他说呢，这个任何的开发的这个项目，是违反了这个法条，如果呢，就告诉。关于就是所谓的这个有盖或者是盖起来的掩盖起来的开发的这种工程呢，如果是没有一个所谓的洪水的这个建筑 ，OK， 如果没有这个DEP，就是环境保护局相关的所派发的这个许可证。
You got?
Okay.
So it proceeds to say the issuance of a permit to this code shall not be construed to be permission for any activity that requires stormwater construction permit.
Yeah. 所以就算是 ，thank you， 所以呢，虽然说可能派发的这个洪水的这个许可证呢，这个呢，并不表示说呢 ，it doesn't mean that
Repeat, could you repeat that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says the issuance of a permit pursuant to this section shall not be construed to be permission for for any activity that requires a stormwater construction permit issued by DEP.
Yeah， 这个的许可证的派发呢，并不表示说呢，需要呢相关的机构就是环境保护局呢去派发这个所谓的洪水的这个许可证。
So it is very clear that AC does not prohibit issuance of a permit.
所以很清楚的，这个 AC 呢，并没有阻止呢，派发这个许可证，并没有阻止。
But it prohibits the engagement of the developer with any development activity that results in ground disturbance more than what is specified.
但是呢，禁止它呢，影响呢所具体的限制的，就是刚刚所讲的，不可以超过就是2万平方尺的这种影响，地面的影响。
Now, these are the drawings approved by DEP for the demolition permit.
DOB.
By DOB, sorry.
所以呢，这个就是呢，楼宇局呢，我们派发这些许可证的，我们所参考的相关的法
This
规
is a section for the existing building before the demolition.
那这个就是当初那个大楼呢，他们申请呢，拆楼的这个申请。
And here, this is the same cross section after most of the building is removed.
然后这里呢，就是大部分的楼宇都被拆走之后的样子。
There is no single indication on these drawings whatsoever that indicate that ground disturbance more than specified is going to be performed.
而且呢，这边呢，就是它并没有展示到说 他们要影响的地面的范围呢，超过了所具体限制的范围。
So based on that, I believe the issuance of the demo permit by DOB was fine, was legit, and did comply with the law.
所以这就是为什么我们的根据，我们决定的根据说，为什么我们所 DOB 所派发的这个许可证呢，都是合法的而且合理的。
In his statement of facts, the appellant apparently, he indicated that on page, I believe, 3, paragraph number 1.
那么在这个申诉人、上诉人，在他陈述的这个文里面，在第3页第1段。
The statement of facts says the premises without zoning, with zoning lot exceeding 20,000 square feet and extent of demolition, and the extent of demolition triggers applicable stormwater management requirement.
所以说在上诉人、申诉人反对的这个相关于这个事情的陈述呢，说呢，因为呢这边呢，它的拆房、拆楼影响的范围超过了这个2万平方尺这个范围，所以呢就应该呢是要求他们申请这个所谓的洪水的防止污染的这个许可证。
I believe the applicant is confusing the size of the lot with the size of the part that's going to be exposed to ground disturbance.
Okay.
And if not, I would like to know the source of this statement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
所以呢，是否呢，可能呢，这个上诉人、申诉人呢，对这个受影响的地面的范围呢的认知，有点错误。那如果你觉得我讲的不对的话，你可以告诉我，你所讲的这个根据是什么？你可以告诉我。
Thank you.
You mean right now?
No.
No.
不，等一下。
Commissioner Yoon?
Okay, thank you. The scope of this permit, partial demolition of an existing building, is not a covered development project as defined by the admin code.
OK， 那么在这个所申请的拆房、拆楼的这个许可证的申请里面呢，它这种的申请呢，我觉得呢，并不是属于所谓的就是盖起来的这个 cover 的这样子的一种工程项目。
This has also been confirmed by DEP, the authorized agency, and DOB. It does not meet the threshold that's defined, which is 20,000 square feet of soil disturbance or the creation of 5,000 square feet of new impervious surface.
Yeah.
This scope of work does not cover that.
那么这个DOB 跟 DEP 2个机构呢，都认为呢，它的这个许可证呢，并不属于这个所谓的在这个法条所定义的这个范围之内，因为这个定义是说，他们所施工的工程必须呢是影响地面超过2万平方尺，或者是在这个地方建造一个5000平方尺的一个新的地面。
I want to focus on the argument that this is part of a single common plan.
那我想跟大家挑战这个说法，就说这个其实说是一个完整的计划，我对它有挑战。
The appellant's argument misses the intent regarding single common plan, which is to prevent segmentation across multiple development sites. In plain words, to have several different sites that are all part of one large development, but to file them separately so that you don't have to meet these threshold requirements.
That's the intent of a single common plan.
所谓的一个共同的计划书呢，主要就是说，是一个工程，但是呢，它分开了很多个工地，所以呢，一起呢去申请，这个就是它的这个意思或者是定义。
Demolition is a discrete activity that happens separate and distinct from any future development. Demolition, one can demolish a building and leave it as is, sell the site, leave the site demolished and vacant.
那么这个猜测 demolition 猜测楼宇跟这个以后的开发呢，其实是两回事，因为有时候拆完了这些大楼或者是在这个地方上面的一些建筑，并不表示它马上会开发，所以这是两回事就是拆房、拆屋、拆这个结构。跟以后的开发是分开来的，是两回事。
Demolition on its own does not need to be specific to a particular development proposal or a specific project. It is removing what is existing. Therefore, it is not treated like a single common plan in conjunction with future development proposals. It is a separate, discrete act.
所以呢，这个呢，并不是就是以后要在这里开发的一部分，因为拆房呢，它是一个独立的，这个只是就是关于拆东西或者拆建筑的一个独立的一个行为。
Therefore, the scope of this permit, as I stated, partial demolition of an existing building does not meet the definition of a covered development project and therefore does not trigger the requirement for a DEP stormwater construction permit. I agree that DOB has acted correctly in issuing this permit for partial demolition.
那我同意 DOB 它所派发的这个部分的拆房的这个许可证，因为呢，这个并不能够代表这个申请这个上诉对吧？跟这个因为它并不是一个所谓的 cover 的一个开发，所以不需要呢去申请呢这个洪水的这个申请表，这个许可证，所以呢，我觉得 DOB 的这个决定是正确的，我也同意他们的这个决定。
That's it.
No. Thank you. I just want to state for the public hearing, any discussion related to this particular case number 2025554A, from the appellant, DOB, property owner, and those who will be speaking during public testimony period shall be limited to the initial challenge, which is regarding the issuance of the partial demo permit without a DEP stormwater permit.
那我想提醒，就是等一下呢，这些作证呢，就是关于挑战这个2025-548的许可证，不管你是这个业主还是这个申诉人上诉人，那请你呢就是要根据这个话题，也就是说呢，请你呢把你的这个所讲的这个内容呢限制于当初初时的这个关于DOB 派发部分的拆房的这个许可证需要不需要这个所谓的洪水的许可证的这方面的这个事情。
Thank you.
Okay.
Next case, Jella.
Oh, it's gonna try it, but okay. Can anyone hear me or Jilla?
I can hear you actually, if you want to.
Yeah,
try.
Ms. Matias sounds a lot better.
Okay, item number 7, 2026-09A, 2140 Coyle Street, Brooklyn.
That was great.
Okay, so we're back.
OK，接下来是7202609A2114 Coyle 街 Brooklyn。
This is the second appeals case challenging DOB's permit issued for the development on subject tax lot 11.
这个就是第二个今天我们要开听证会的DOB 的关于就是在这个地方所派发的许可证的上诉。
Received 9 letters in support of the appeal application.
我们收到呢9封支持上诉的这些信件。
Several different issues were raised apart from those raised by the appellant, including
OK，那有好几个申诉或者是上诉的理由，那么这些理由有下面以下这些理由。
including failing to submit the required HPD permit notice, not meeting DOB's regulations concerning MIH.
OK，那关于他们没有得到 HPD 的这些许可，而且挑战他们 MEH 的这方面的许可。
This was not raised in the initial appeal and should not be considered.
那因为在当初的上诉呢，没有包括在第一次的上诉里面，所以呢，我们今天不会去考虑这一部分。
However, for the record, please note that the intent of HPD permit notice requirement was to verify that developers have legally committed to provide MIH units.
但是呢，这些通告呢，是如果开发商他们呢，其实法律上已经允许了有一些 MEH 的这些单位，所以他们必须要有这样子的通告。
I do not believe it applies to a community facility building, which is a permitted use in this zoning district, and the proposed building at this site is a use group 3A community facility use.
因为这个地方他们是一个要建造一个公共的地方，就是属于3A 的这种定义的这个公共的使用的地方。
Similarly, not meeting DOB Bulletin 2011-003 regarding requiring a letter from the sponsoring government agency prior to obtaining construction document approval is also out of scope.
而且这是要求
DOB Bulletin
OK 要求这个 DOB 的这些所谓的公告
DOB Bulletin 2011-003
OK 就是要求这个2001.003 OK。
To that end, a letter dated February 12, 2024 from Slate Property Group provided the information asked for DOB along with a preceding letter from Department of not Homeland Services, what am I saying? DHS, dated January 25, 2024 to DOB makes the matter moot.
那当时这个开发商也有提供一些20年2月12号的一些slate 一些资料，然后楼宇局呢也在24年1月25号呢提供了相关的一封资料的信，那这个问题就等于是解决了。
Appellant Xiao Feng Ying cited following reasons for revocation of DOB permit.
那肖飞义提供了以下的理由，要求呢把楼宇局的那个许可证呢取消。
Number 1, revocation of new building work permit job number B00915426-I1-GC. Application is contrary to the subdivision application approval.
那这个新的 B009426到 IEGC，它跟这个sorry, what can you repeat the last sentence, the second part?
Application is contrary to the subdivision application approval.
OK，那这个上述呢，它呢是跟这个分隔的相关的法条呢是对立的，是不符合的。
Number 2, property ownership certification to seek DOB permit is contrary to service notice.
OK，那么要求呢，证明呢这个房东开发商的这个也是跟contrary to
Service notice.
是跟我们的服务通告呢是相反的。
Number 3, street tree checklist form ST-1
OK，那所谓的这个街道的这个树木的列单，
was not executed by the property owner.
这个业主呢，其实呢并没有执行这个第三的这个所谓的街道的树木的这个列单。
Number 4, improper deferment of stormwater construction permit.
第4，这个非正当的单延了这个洪水的许可证的批准。
Owner's representative of the property owner states that the appellant lacks legal standing as quote, as he has not suffered no concrete injury in fact, unquote.
而且呢，这个上诉人呢，我觉得呢，他没有足够的这个身份，或者是资格来提出反对，因为呢，他并没有呢，实际上呢，受到任何的实际的这个损害。
Please
Please
turn
turn your phones off, please.
turn muted. Thank you.
电话请你把它静音。
Per New York City Charter 27, Section 669,
根据纽约市的第2769669的这个法条，
procedure on appeals, appeals A, where an appeal may be taken by any person aggrieved or by the head of an agency. So this is New York City Chapter 27, Section 669A, procedure on appeals, item number A, where it says an appeals may be taken by any person aggrieved or by the head of an agency.
就是任何人或者是任何一个机构的领导，他可以按照这个法条呢来做申诉或者是上诉。
Basically has the standing to challenge.
那他有这个身份可以提出这个挑战。
An aggrieved person with regards to zoning, administrative code, and such as someone who has suffered a direct or legal injury, loss of individual legal rights and properties. And in this case, appellant fails in that regard.
那这个上诉人呢，觉得呢，他没有这个足够的这个身份或者是这个资格来做上诉，因为呢，他并没有说他是在这个 zone 这个范围内，或者是这个纽约市的法规内，或者是他自己也没有说呢，直接的受到的这个伤害。I'm sorry, and the fourth one, a zone code, direct injury, and the fourth.
Legal injury, or loss of individuals' legal rights.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. 或者是他也并没有呢失去了他个人所应该有的法律的保护。
Owner's rep further states, quote, The appellant is time barred pursuant to Rule of City of New York 1-06.3A and B, where the 30-day statute of limitations expired before the appellant challenged the new building application approved on April 2nd, 2024.
而且呢，这个上诉人呢，他所挑战的这个24年4月2号的所批准的这个许可证呢，已经超过了就是可允许的30天的这个可以上诉的这个挑战106.38的这个30天的期限。
Subdivision sign-off precedes the new building approval.
所以根据法律，我们批准了这个新楼的这个新的这个许可证的申请。
Coil Street Owner LLC is a contract vendee per Administrative Code 28-101.5 definition.
这个扣接的这个拥有者，他们就是所谓的根据这个20.8.015的这个法条所定义的这个拥有者。
And finally, DOB Borough Commissioner acted within the New York City Charter in deferring DEP stormwater and sewer approvals. Both permit from were secured prior to the issuance of the new building permit.
而且呢，在批准新的这个大楼的这个许可证呢，这个拥有者说他们都拿到了 DOB 跟 DEP 的相关的许可证的批准。
DOB also made its submission regarding appellant's challenge.
DOB 收到了这个挑战者反对者的这个申请。
Okay. Appellant in its response to owner and DOB's comments in subsequent submissions raised issues involving zoning lot, house number verification, etc.
在这个之后呢，上诉者呢向 DOB 呢提出了各种各样挑战的理由，包括这个 zoning 就是地区规划规分的这个地区跟其他的理由。
Again, I want to remind everybody that the scope of the challenge is limited to the initial filing and the response to the comments from the appellant, owner's rep, and DOB, and those testifying shall be limited to the 4 initial points that were raised for this case, as stated earlier.
所以等一下呢，所有的作证的作证人、证人，作证的时候呢，请你们呢，把你们的证词呢，限制于刚刚所提到的这4方面的这个范围。
So, in response to appellant's initial challenge regarding revocation of NB subdivision application for lack of subdivision approval.
OK， 那接下来就是关于反对取消要求所谓的这个分隔 subdivision 分隔的这个事情。
DOB subdivision application, job number 3216011619 was approved on January 9th, 2024, prior to approving NB application, job number B00915426, and NB work permit application on April 4th, 2024 and March 26th, 2026 respectively.
OK， 那么这个32160161619的 DOB 的这个许可证呢，是在24年1月9号所批准的，而且也批准了这个24年4月4号跟26年3月6号的时候的 NB B00915426的这个新的许可证。
As part of the January 9th, 2024 approved subdivision prior lot 11 was subdivided into lot 10, which is 107 feet by 100 feet, and lot 11, 253 by 100 feet. This was,
Sorry, one more time, 10 by 170?
lot 10.
Lot 10, okay.
Lot 11 was subdivided into lot 10 and lot 11. Lot 10 measures 107 by 100
107
By 100.
by 100.
by 100, okay.
And lot 11 was subdivided into size of 253 by 100.
OK，thank you。然后当时我们就批准嘛，把它这个地段呢，把它分隔，20年1月9号的时候已经批准，就是把这一块地呢，从lot 第11号改变分隔，成为地段第10跟第11，第10呢是107乘100尺的这个地段。然后11变成10跟11的就变成是253尺，这个地段乘100尺。
So that shows that the subdivision was approved prior to the approval of the NB permits.
所以是在 NV 许可证之前呢，这个地段分隔的这个许可证呢，已经是批准了。
Furthermore, as stated by DOB, DOB required items reference guide is not a binding authority. DOB is correct in stating that the meets and bounds are based on zoning lot.
Yeah. 那楼宇局呢，他们说呢，我们根据呢区域规划的这样子的去评估呢，其实是正确的。
And zoning lot may consist of one or more tax lots.
所谓的分隔的 zoning lot， 它有可能是多个这个税务的地段，就是 tax lot。
It is supported by case laws, and this particular board has consistently applied this, as has DOB.
那我们有相关的权利，而且DOB 一贯以来的这个根据，我们都是依赖这些根据跟以前的相关的法条去做出我们的决定。
With regards to this case, both tax lots 10 and 11 remain in one zoning lot, and the development within the zoning lot must comply with the applicable zoning regulations.
那所以呢，这个地段呢，它呢是合法的被分为呢tax lot， 就是税务的地段第10跟第11，但是呢仍然是属于呢同一个这个地段的 zoning 的地段的分隔的同一个范围规划范围内。
Issues requiring a subdivision application in this case is not a factor to revoke the permit.
所以呢，这个地段分隔成为2个地段，并不能够成为挑战派发这个地段的许可证的理由。
Regarding property ownership certification being contrary to service notice and street tree checklist not being executed by property owner.
那有关于这个业主呢，他没有去做所谓的附近的树的数目的这个计算或者是列单。
DOB's explanation of property ownership certification is consistent with law and the practice at large, which is a standard real estate practice.
我们都是根据相关的法规跟这个平常的房地产的相关的手续呢，去处理这个事情。
Coil Street Owner LLC maintained an equitable interest, at the, equitable interest, quote unquote, at the time of filing,
申诉的时候呢，入档案的时候呢 ，Coil Street 呢，他们拥有这个房地产的一部分。
DOB further clarified that pursuant to Administrative Code 28-104.8.2, DOB is authorized to revoke construction document approval if it receives a complaint in writing from, quote, a current deed holder with a valid property of interest or a court-appointed entity or equivalent, unquote.
那在根据 DOB 楼宇局根据这个法条28.104.2的这个法条的规定，就是如果我们接受申诉反对的申请呢，这个当事人呢必须呢是一个合法的拥有房契的受影响的附近的这个居民。
DOB has not received any challenge to the NB application from such an entity.
但是呢，到目前为止呢，楼宇局呢并没有呢收到呢，就是符合资格的这样子的书面的提出的挑战。
Hence, the appellant's challenge lacks merit. It does not affect the execution of the filing, including street tree checklist or other similar DOB filings mentioned in the extensive submission documents provided by the appellant.
所以这个申诉人呢，他没有这个足够的这个资格，或者是他的这个上诉呢没有足够的这个理由。
Regarding improper deferment of stormwater construction permit,
就是关于这个非正当的单元所谓的洪水的工程的许可证。
appellant in its response to owners and DOB's initial response refers to Administrative Code 28-104.11.1 regarding deferral of DEP permit.
那关于单元 DOB 的这个派发许可证的单元或者是暂停是20810411的法条。
I have reviewed these cases without, reviewed these definitions, and I will say one needs to read all the applicable statute to determine the process followed by DOB. And again, I refer to Administrative Code Section 28-105.1.2, which clearly identifies when it is a violation of the code for a development activity with respect to a covered development project to proceed without a DEP permit stormwater.
Yeah. 所以呢，一个所谓的 cover 就是被掩盖、遮盖起来的一个工程，它到底是违反还是没有违反这个相关的法条呢？我是根据呢，而且呢，楼宇局呢也是根据呢，这个法条28.105.1.2来做根据来做这个判决的。
I agree with DOB's statement that a deferral document list is not a binding authority. It is a guidance for the practitioners.
那我们的这些决定呢，是一个引导或者是指引。
As stated in the earlier case, DOB acted consistently with Administrative Code 28-105.1.2 and the DEP permit was obtained prior to the issuance of the NB permit issued on March 26, 2026.
而且呢，根据DOB 根据之前的这个我刚刚提到的28.105.1.2的这个法条的规定呢，其实呢，在这个 DEP 的这个环保的这个许可证，在3月2号26年，就是在这个之前呢，其实已经得到批准。
Furthermore, DEP did not see inconsistency in DOB's permit process as evident from July 15th DEP letter.
根据 DEP 7月15号的一封信，他们并没有觉得 DOB 的这种做法有任何的意义。
Hence, deferment of stormwater construction permit by Deputy Borough Commissioner at DOB is not in violation of the administrative code.
所以这个允许了他sorry, one more time.
Deputy Borough Commissioner
嗯哼
is not in violation of the administrative code. The deferral of the stormwater construction is not in violation of the administrative code.
Thank you. OK， 那在单元建造防洪的这个工程呢，并没有呢违反这个楼宇局的相关的法条跟法规。
Upon review of the cited case laws, I would agree with the owner's rep.
Yeah， 那在我研究跟这个看过了相关的法条跟法规，尤其是关于这个拥有者的他们的这个法律。
The proposed use and the proposed bulk and density are not being contested by the appellant and nor the building code regulations.
是这个当事人的使用跟这个密集度并没有上诉人申诉人并没有挑战这方面。
The use is conforming and bulk is complying.
Sorry, one more time.
The use is conforming
哦
and the bulk is complying.
OK， 所以他们的使用是合法的，他们的所谓的这个毛病或者是 bug 也是没有问题的。
The appellant's ground for challenge is solely based on perceived inconsistencies with DOB's internal procedures in issuing permits.
那个申诉人的唯一的挑战呢，是挑战呢DOB 内部的派发这些许可证的前后的不一致。
As evident from DEP's letter and applicable codes, DOB has met the requirements and its approval is not contrary to the applicable statute.
DEP 呢也发了信说呢 ，DOB 所做这个决定呢，并没有违反任何的法规法条，而且是合法的这个做出的决定。
The permits issued are therefore valid.
所以所派发的这个许可证呢是有效的。
The issue raised by the appellant are related to DOB's operational processing of the application.
那上诉人呢就是挑战呢 DOB 呢我们的这个运作跟操作。
And board in this regard has consistently held this position that it is not for this board to enforce DOB's implementation process.
而且呢但是呢这个董事会呢一直以来的这个一贯的立场呢就是并不是楼宇局呢自己呢来审核自己的这个审批的这个过程。
Based upon review of extensive set of information provided by all parties, I fail to see the grounds for revocation of the permits.
那考虑了所有各方面的这些资料，那我看不出来呢 有哪些理由呢？要取消呢这个许可证的理由。
Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
Oh, thank you, Chair. That was very, very thorough. And I agree with your comments. I don't feel that the applicant has raised a question that would make me feel that we would need to continue to another hearing. It just seems that the issues are pretty clearly cut and dry. So I'm not convinced by the application.
Yeah. 我也同意我的同事的这个看法。我觉得申诉人没有足够的理由来上诉，这个很明显的没有足够的恰当的理由。
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you, Chair. I don't find the appellant's arguments have merit in this case, and I don't believe they require the revocation of any of the already issued permits. I have no other comments.
Yeah， 那我也同意，我觉得上诉人呢，他没有任何的根据，我也觉得呢，并没有任何的理由呢，要采取行动呢，去把所派发的这个许可证呢取消，我就没有其他的发言了。
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but in summary, I totally agree with you. There are no grounds for the revocation of the permit. My conclusion is that the subdivision permit was legally okay. DUB didn't violate any law when issuing that permit. I did read in one of the submissions.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
OK， 那我也同意我的同事他们所发表的意见，我觉得那个 subdivision 就是分隔地段的这个允许证其实是合法的，没有理由呢取消。Yeah.
I did see on one of the submissions as part of the argument by the appellant that the application for the subdivision permit, and I'm referring to the document I'm putting on the screen right now. You can go ahead.
OK， 但是呢，比如说，我想举个例子，就是其中有一个上诉方啊，就是申诉关于这个所谓把地段分成两个地段的这个事情，他的这个上诉。
One of the arguments was that item 9M, the two check boxes for it were not checked.
We're not checked, he said. We're not checked.
So box number 9 was not checked. OK.
Item number 9M, the
9M.
two check boxes for it were not checked by the app.
OK， 而且呢，就是在这个上诉申请表上面的9M 的这个有一个格格，上诉人呢他没有打勾。
Again, these two check boxes are related to ground disturbance.
Yeah， 那要打勾的这个格格呢是跟这个所谓的地面的影响 ground disturbance 是有关的。
And in case of a subdivision, they are irrelevant.
They are
irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
OK， 那 关于这个地段分隔的这个上诉呢，其实呢是跟这个事情的本身呢是无关的，没有任何的直接的关系。
So I would love that DOB may insert 2 check boxes saying not applicable, so people can check that.
OK，就说当时申请表述上，如果你想要申诉这2个事情，要打个勾，要告诉我们。
To explain, this is like someone is applying for a permit for a swimming pool. And the application asks for the number of stories. You want me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Yes. This is like someone is applying for a permit with the DOB for a swimming pool.
OK， 这个就是等于呢，某些人呢，他向 DOB 呢申请呢，他要比如说建造一个游泳池。
And the form is asking about the number of stories of the building.
但是呢，反而呢被问到呢，说呢这层楼呢是有多少层楼？
And people usually do not check that.
OK， 所以通常呢，他们不会打勾这一栏。
On the other issue, the owner authorization issue, I do agree with the chair.
关于这是拥有者的他们的允许呢，我也同意我们的主席的这个发表的意见。
And based on the feedback from the DOB,
根据 DOB 的这个意思，
that Coyle Street owner LLC was also an owner for the purpose of the application.
那 Coral Street 那个公司呢，他们呢，在这个申请表上呢，同样的是这个同样的身份或者拥有者的身份。
As they did maintain an equitable interest in the premises at the time of the application.
I'm sorry, one more time.
As they maintained an equitable interest in the premises at the time of the application.
OK, thank you. 因为呢，在最后的申请的时候呢，他们呢仍然呢在这个地方呢占有呢一部分的拥有权。
Thank you.
谢谢。
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. On the 4 points in the appellant's argument, the subdivision sign-off was in fact approved prior to the new building approval, so the first argument is not successful.
那第一个辩论呢，这个理由呢不成功，因为呢，这个的确呢，这个允许分隔地段的这个允许呢，的确是在这个之前就已经批准。
On the second and third arguments, the ownership certification and the street tree checklist. This is all about who is signing as property owner. This is defined in the admin code. The appellant states that allowing someone who is not fee title owner to sign off as property owner is improper, arbitrary, and without legal basis. That is completely wrong. It is legally correct and very common practice in real estate. For example.
Stop.
Actually, I'm sorry. Can I have one more time?
Yes, for arguments 2 and 3,
OK，
the ownership certification and the street tree checklist, this is about who is signing off as property owner.
OK，
Stop.
那关于第2、第3的这个拥有者的这个基础，或者是这个所谓的属数的这个列单。 其实呢，这个是证明谁是这个真正的地方的拥有者。
Property owner is defined in the admin code and permits anyone with an equitable interest to be considered a property owner.
OK， 一个房地产房屋拥有者业主，那他们必须呢有恰当的文件证明他们是这个所谓的这个拥有者。
as regards Department of Building applications, I
Yeah.
should say.
就是当然这要看 DOB 他们的这些记录。
The appellant states that allowing the developer to sign off without being fee title holder is improper, arbitrary, and without legal basis is wrong.
那么这个上诉人呢说呢，把这个开发商呢，当做是一个这个房地产的这个拥有者这个理由呢，其实是不恰当的。
This is common practice and legally correct.
他们的这样子的做法是一种非常平常的做法，而且呢，法律上呢是合法的。
I worked in development for some years. As a developer, you often do not close to become fee title holder until you reach certain milestones in your development process.
那我自己呢，也在开发的这个行业呢做过，所以呢，以我的经验呢，就是开发商到了某一个程度，开发的某一个程度之后呢，他们呢才能够申请成为就是这个过户，成为拥有这个房契的拥有者。
Often, certain milestones like DOB approval are milestones that are required by either the developer or its financing in order to reduce risk of all parties.
Yeah.
So you do not often close and become fee title owner. This is the nature of real estate business in development.
房地产开发呢，通常都是这样子的，就是要得到某一些的DOB 的这个允许之后呢，批准之后呢，他们为了避免一些不需要的风险，所以是在比如说得到了 DOB 的一些批准之后啊，或者是达到了一些主要的目标，建楼的目标之后呢，他们才过户。
So I give that as a practical example, but it's also legally correct. So it's very common practice and there's plenty of legal basis for a contract vendee to sign off as property owner on DOB applications.
所以这个开发商签为拥有者是一个很惯常的、平常的做法这个行业常常都是他们这样子，开发商这样子的做法，在过户之前。
And then on to the fourth point, the deferral of the stormwater construction permit from prior to approval to prior to permit is within DOB's discretion and is not contrary to any code or law. So as such, I don't see any reason for revoking the permit and I don't support the appeal application.
而且第四个申诉人的这个理由就是关于有没有拿到，或者是之前拿到还是之后拿到的这个所谓的洪水的这个许可证呢？我觉得这件事情完全是楼宇局自己本身所拥有的权利，所以这个第四个理由呢也没有足够的根据。
And the final thing I will say, while this discussion is limited to the initial appeal and its arguments, obviously a lot of work has been done by the appellant and the community. The materials that have been submitted, the presentation that was submitted, do not contain any points that are compelling that would change my mind about revoking this permit because they are not material in determining whether the new building approval and permit were properly issued. So I just want to say that because I note that a lot of work has been done and I don't find any of the submissions to be compelling.
那最后呢，我觉得呢，虽然呢，我知道呢，大家呢都尽了很多努力，做了很多这种事情，但是呢，我觉得并没有提供出来的任何的一条呢，跟这个是否合法不合法，恰当不恰当，派发这个许可证呢，我知道你们做了很多这方面的相关的调查跟这个理由，做了很多事情，但是呢，他们跟这个事情的本身呢没有直接的关系，所以我只想就是我想借这个机会跟大家先讲这个，我不觉得这个所提供的材料呢， 会影响我的决定，我也决定这个申诉所递交的这些资料呢，跟这个申诉的本身没有直接的关系。
Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
So upon, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I forgot. to-
Anything that we have not stated?
Yes,
Arthur,
Go ahead.
Arthur Clark.
thank you. I just want to clarify, I didn't comment on the deferral for the stormwater management, pollution protection.
那我想讲关于这个所谓的洪水的环境保护的
That's right, spell.
呃
Can you repeat what you said?
Yes, I said, I forgot to comment on the deferral of the storm water management pollution protection permit
OK
by DOB.
OK 我想补充一下，因为刚刚我忘记了发表关于就是这个洪水保护许可证的这方面的这个事情，我想补充一下。
I would say that I did look at, I scoured actually all the documents, law-related documents submitted by both parties, DOB and the appellant. And I couldn't find any of them that give the authority to DOP to not issue a permit and wait for the stormwater management permit to be issued.
那么我看了双方的提供的资料，就说这个 DOB 跟这个申诉上诉人的双方所提供的文件，但是呢我没有看到 and you sorry you did not see any
I didn't see any law article that prevent DOB from issuing a permit,
OK
waiting for a stormwater management pollution protection permit to be issued.
OK， 但是呢，我们并没有呢看到呢任何的法律的规定呢阻止呢，就是DOB 呢去派发这个许可证，虽然可能还没有预先派发这个洪水防止污染的这方面的这个许可证。
What is prohibited by law is proceeding with any development activity that could result in ground disturbance more than 20,000 square feet.
但是呢，唯一的理由呢，就是呢，如果他所做这个事情呢，就好像刚刚讲的，影响呢超过地面的范围呢，2万平方尺。
And if this has to happen on any site, DOB should go to the site, inspect it, and file a violation against the subject site, which is beyond the scope of our review on these two cases.
那但是呢，如果呢，的确呢，他们有做了这个事情，那如果去检查的话，那这个是一个属于发告票的事情，但是呢，跟这个派发许可证的本身没有关系。
Thank you.
谢谢。
I want to thank you, Commissioner, and especially Mr. Arthur Kwok.
Kwok.
Kwok, for the interpretation. We have another case that we have to go through the review session. This will give Mr. Kwok a little bit of breathing time and for you to assemble your team to discuss. And we will have a public hearing after the case. One more case we have, and we will take the public testimony.
接下来我们还要处理另外一单这个案件，这样子我们休息一下，那郭翻译或者跟你们一起准备一下，等一下我们在做完了还有另外一个 case 之后，我们做这个所谓的公共的作证会。
And please note the challenge that is before us are those 4 challenge items. Anything outside that spoken is not going to be considered, and we are going to ask the speaker to not discuss that matter. We have a lot of people who want to speak, want to give everybody gets 3 minutes to speak, other than the appellant, DOB, and the property owner's representative. Anybody who is testifying will have 3 minutes to speak. Please use your time judiciously, including pause for interpretation.
OK，那所以我想再提醒大家，等一下作证的时候呢，就是把我们的话题呢，集中在就是刚刚所提到的那个4个相关的那个话题之内。因为我们有很多很多机构，很多人要发表意见，包括楼宇局啦、申诉人啊，这个房地产的业主啊。而且每个人呢，就是有3分钟的时限，发表意见的话。
We will take a 10-minute break after our review session.
OK，那在我们审核过程之后会休息10分钟。
Okay, thank you. Next case, please.
Zoning calendar, new case, item number 8, 2026-06BZ, 511 West 25th Street, Manhattan.
Okay. We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice. Community board voted to disapprove this application. Building was renovated in 2018. It was fully rented for 5 to 8 years, and community board was not satisfied with the obsolescence argument. Community board further states that should the board approve, then the following conditions be imposed. One is that rented 5 out of the 8 years. I'm sorry. It actually said somewhere 5 to 8 years also. It was a misleading. So community board further states that should the board approve, then the following conditions be imposed. Please leave quiet. Please leave the room quietly.
请慢慢的、安静的离开，如果你要离开的话。
Provide a housing affordability memo that sets forth the cost of developing some or all of the building into affordable housing. 2, submit a final unit count for building. 3, rent the commercial space on the ground floor to a nonprofit or community group. 4, make a sizable space on the rooftop available.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Pause.
Repeat, can you repeat?
Yeah，大家安静的离开，如果要离开的话，大家不要讲话。好，我们正在开听证会，还有另外一个 case。
All of the voices are being picked up on our microphones and transcript.
Rent the commercial space on the ground floor to a nonprofit or community group. 4, make a sizable space on the rooftop available to all residential occupants of the building. 5, donate an appropriate meaningful contribution to an affordable housing fund befitting the district. And 6, address community concerns and return to Community Board 4, Manhattan Community Board 4, to address the concerns set forth in this letter prior to proceeding with any conversion. We also received 1 letter of objection regarding the addition of 9 floors, and that the addition will affect the light and privacy and terraced garden. So this is an application. This is an application for a use variance to permit residential use in an existing 9-story building formerly used for manufacturing manufacturing at the subject site. So the site is located in the special West Chelsea district, and also it is located within the West Chelsea Historic District, and the building is considered a contributing building. Now, just to go through the some of the errors, gross errors. First of all, the site, as I mentioned, is in the West Chelsea district. It is not located in the West Chelsea sub area. So the maximum floor area ratio that can be permitted on this zoning district, on this subject lot, should be pursuant to zoning resolution section 98-21, which is maximum floor area ratio outside the sub area. And it says that for all zoning lots or portion thereof located outside sub areas A through J, the maximum floor area ratios of applicable underlying districts shall apply. So in this case, it is the M1. It is a zoning district is M15. And hence, based on that, the applicant needs to, first of all, based on that, the maximum permitted floor area ratio in this zoning district is 6.5, which permits community facility, commercial and manufacturing use, of which maximum 6.5 would be for community facility, and of that 6.5 maximum can be allocated, 5 FAR can be allocated for commercial use or for manufacturing use. So the applicant in its zoning resolution, zoning chart, analyzed it incorrectly. It referred to 7.54 FAR, which is not what is permitted. The applicant also needs to confirm if the subject site falls within the High Line transfer corridor and if there is a benefit to the site being in this corridor. It would seem not, as the existing building is overbuilt and has no FAR to transfer. However, the applicant, for its record, should clarify that. So the existing building is built to a 7.54 FAR, a manufacturing building, a 9-story building, and a former manufacturing building and a Class B office building. The applicant is proposing to convert the floors, the existing 9-story building from a manufacturing to a Class B office building to a residential use, and is proposing 21 residential units that would be located on floors 2 through 9. The project will add a central vertical core of stairs and elevator. This particular information is barely mentioned in the statement of fact, and the applicant needs to go through what is being proposed, and would this addition result in an increase in existing floor area? Would it exceed the permitted bulk regulations? The subject site is a contributing building, and therefore shouldn't LPC review be considered in parallel and approved prior to BSA vote? And has the applicant reached out to LPC regarding this? So there's also reference to Zelda that was executed back in 2005 between Lot 13 and Lot 10, Lot 13 and then Lot 10. Lot 23 was then owned by a different party and was not formally added to the zoning lot. So according to applicant's statement, I just have some questions regarding the 5th floor plan. If per the second para, page 21 of the statement of fact, the applicant states that the proposed use bears no physical or legal connection to the Zelda recorded for Lot 13, then on page 10, the applicant states that there is an easement agreement that will be placed for use of the rooftop terrace. There needs to be a consistency in the entire set of documents, and that can also impact finding D. So applicant has provided 2 as-of-right scenarios. One is an office and a commercial, and the other one is a self-storage facility. So I'm just going to go straight into the uniqueness. The applicant is citing the combination of following conditions as difficulties in utilizing the building to get a reasonable return. One is a functional obsolescence. The building was built in 1915 for factory, and the core placement, column spacing, and lack of modern amenities make it difficult for modern day manufacturing use. Applicant also states that the building is not viable for modern day loft style office. Applicant provided a comparative analysis of sites with active non-residential use in the area. While I understand the extensive, the understand the existence of loading dock, off-street parking area, large floor plates, multiple elevators, and vertical cores better serve manufacturing use. I'm not sure I understand the comparison of 553 West 25th Street regarding placement of shaft along street frontage being a hardship. Unlike 553 West, the subject building has more street frontage, 75 in the case of 553 West versus 100 feet regarding the subject case. Also, as the proposed legal windows can be provided from 5th floor and above facing west, in addition to the existing ones on both east and west facade, and not to mention the view from the east windows of the High Line, I'm not convinced that this feature is an inherent hardship of the building for a viable commercial use. So the applicant needs to go back and kind of look through each one of the hardship that it has identified. This one definitely does not seem like a hardship. Another hardship stated by the applicant is the legal constraint of being located in a historic district. I need the applicant to clarify the legal hardship associated with being a historic district. I have never seen a case that has been brought before the board where this has been cited as a hardship. What aspect of the work would not require an LPC oversight? With regards to proximity limitation argument, I'm not sure I quite see the relevance with LPC. At the same time, the rear window's proximity to the neighboring building that prevents sufficient light and desirable view for office, wouldn't that make the proposed conversion to residential use as undesirable and further weakens the argument for a use variance? Applicant states that prior to COVID, substantial improvements were made and the efforts made to lease it. However, the building remains predominantly vacant. Also, if an easement will be created for the use of the rooftop and the legal light and air for the proposed residential use, isn't that a benefit to the site that minimizes the hardship of the reduced street frontage? So all in all, I think while I understand there is some merit to it, but a lot of the other arguments presented absolutely do not bear any grounds for an obsolescence. So you need to revise the obsolescence argument. With regards to the financials, I'm going to listen in on what Commissioner Otley Brown has to say on this. With regards to the neighborhood character, the addition of the vertical core bulk would require an LPC review. And and I would like to know that before even the board makes any decision to even, I think that will be vital for the board to make this finding. And the block is predominantly commercial in this case. So applicant needs to do a better job of defining the neighborhood character. With regards to self-created, I need clarity regarding the Zelda use of the rooftop and the air right over lot 13 to address finding D. And that goes to show that there are outstanding comments and therefore the minimal has not been addressed yet. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair.
Just one moment, Vice Chair. The person who has their hand up in the room, the Zoom room, please put your hand down. We are not taking testimony at this time. Once we have the public hearing and open up the case for the public, you can have that opportunity to speak. Go ahead, Vice Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this building is obsolete, although I do agree that the applicant should do a lot more work in explaining why it's obsolete, explaining what it needs to, why the core placement and column spacing is making it an obsolete rather than just, plainly stating it. I also, there is a practical reality that has been happening in the city with regard to the value of commercial space and how much commercial space we're losing. So the argument for residential is appealing to me, but I still think we do have a long way to go.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, bear with me because I have a lot of comments and I'm just going to go through them as I've written them. So I just want to say, first off, as just the description of the proposed conversion to residential, the financials say the FAR is going to be 6.94, but I believe the statement says 6.1. They need to clarify that and then make sure that they reconcile through all of their paperwork. As to now for the meaty comments as to the uniqueness finding, I am not at this point convinced that this building is unique or that it is worthy of a variance. First of all, this is a 100-foot by 100-foot lot with a building that has a very large footprint, as well as the building is functionally very sturdy. It was well built back in the early 1900s, and after undergoing renovation, I am sure it was somewhat modernized, at least bringing it up to date with what was in vogue in the mid-2010s. And so I feel the building is in a good condition. Also, this building is overbuilt, providing more floor area than is actually allowed. And so I see all of those issues that I stated as benefits for this building that actually put it in a better condition, a better position than other buildings in this area that are Class B office / old industrial factory storage buildings. So I think that this property is actually well positioned in comparison with the other properties. They talk about the location of the sole passenger elevator and main stairs along the front facade, severely restricting the amount of perimeter wall space available for office windows and access. Well, for me, I focus in on the fact that sole passenger elevator, there's actually another elevator. So there are two elevators, and while the freight elevator may not currently be able to accommodate passengers and clients who would be traveling to this site, it could be modernized, it could be retrofitted. We have seen cases of functional obsolescence where there is only one very small elevator that's in poor condition. This is not that. They have an advantage over those sites. And so that's not a very convincing argument to me. Being subject to Landmarks Preservation Commission, I don't think that the board has ever recognized that as a unique hardship. And so I actually just dismissed that right off the bat. And then they talk about their proximity to the rear lot line and how that is a negative. Well, I don't think it's a negative for manufacturing. It certainly isn't a negative for a self-storage unit because basically self-storage units don't require any visual corridor in order to be marketable. And not only that, the trade-off on not being close to the lot line is you have very large floor plates, which can accommodate different types of uses. So I'm not as convinced by that proximity to the neighboring building. And also, like the chair said, if that was really an issue, why aren't they talking about cutting the rear of the building back when they're talking about their residential scenario? Because if anything, rear windows in proximity to a neighboring building affects residential far more than office. And so the fact that they're not even considering that makes me think, okay, this really isn't just a hardship. You're just giving, as many issues as you can, throwing them against the wall to see what actually will stick. They talk about the column spacing every 20 feet. And what I see when I see the plans is that they have laid out their office as well as their residential very well, considering the column spacing, because almost all of the columns in both scenarios are within the walls that they put up, the different partitions. So it's not really like it's cutting into usable space in either the office scenario or the self-storage scenario, and definitely as you look at it in the residential scenario. So also, we have seen cases where you've had column spacing that's far narrower than every 20 by 20 foot bit of floor plate. So I'm not as convinced by that as well. And one thing they don't talk about is that this building actually has fairly generous floor-to-floor heights of 13 to 14 feet each, all the way up the building. So I'm not quite sure why they're talking about functional obsolescence for either industrial storage or even office use. I don't think that we are seeing problems here, but what I do see is that, yes, in New York City, there has been a decrease in the demand for office space. We know that, and that has occurred since the pandemic, as people have been working remotely, working from home, and there's been less demand for physical office space. And of course, that lesser demand for physical office space does harm this property. But that really is a market issue. And one is not sure exactly if it's a permanent market issue, but a market issue is not something that we should be giving variance relief for. We should be giving variance relief for hardship that goes with the land or the building on the land, but not to compensate for market weaknesses or strengths of other types of industry at this site. Let me go on. As for the marketing, you know, I'm not sure exactly what was going on with the marketing, because I didn't read anything from the real estate broker's letter that let me think that this was marketed and marketed continuously for at least 2 years. We used to have a standard at the Board of Standards and Appeals that you couldn't just say, oh, I'm a real estate broker in this area, and we've tried to market this to a few places. You had to give proof of listings in newspapers and other publications that show that you were actively trying to get this property leased up. And I didn't see that. What I saw in the broker's letter was more of a discussion about how office demand is softening. And because it's softening, the most attractive properties are the ones that get leased, because this is a tenant market and the tenants are looking for the best bang for their buck, so to speak, and will go to trophy buildings and Class A buildings because it is a soft market and they're more likely to get a good deal. And so therefore, the less attractive buildings are kind of lingering on the market. But that really isn't speaking specifically to whether or not this particular property has been marketed extensively and has gotten no takers. So that's still out there and up in the open. We're not quite sure. When I looked at the architect, now I'm not an architect, but when I looked at the letter from the architect, which was supposed to kind of talk about or actually validate the applicant's claim of functional obsolescence, it states on the first page that the architectural firm's understanding is that ownership is considering exterior repairs as part of a proposal to repurpose the building for residential use. Okay, so now we already know the question that was posed to the architect was, what am I going to need to do to convert this to residential use? But the question posed to the architect was not, is this building functionally obsolete for its as-of-right uses? So therefore, I'm not sure that this architect's letter actually validates any claims by the applicant, it's actually talking about something different. It's talking about if you want to convert to the proposed use, these are the things you have to do. And in that report, I've noted that everything that they listed, all of the issues facing this building are typical deteriorated conditions, quote unquote. So that means there's nothing unusual in the description of issues of this building that are anything other than deferred maintenance on an older building. And so I don't find that particularly helpful to the applicant, but maybe Commissioner Yoon might, and certainly I defer to her. Also, I tried to read through the uniqueness study, and I actually ended up giving up because I wasn't quite sure why they were taking out certain properties they weren't even being considered. And so I just took a look at the radius diagram, because to me the radius diagram actually tells a lot more than the uniqueness studies do, and they tell it in a more impartial way. And when I look at the radius diagram, I see that there are conforming uses throughout this M1-5 section of West Chelsea. And I also see that there were many smaller properties in the M1-5 that are currently being used for their conforming as of right uses. So if the smaller properties can manage, what is the problem with this large property, which is a prime lot size for a Manhattan industrial property? So far, when I look at the uniqueness issues, I see it's a market issue. That's not unique. That's an issue that literally affects Class B office buildings and even some Class A office buildings throughout the city, not just West Chelsea, not just Manhattan, but Manhattan and all of the boroughs. So I'm not convinced there. Now I will go on to my financial comments, and I'm going to list them as quickly as I can because I feel like I'm taking up a lot of time. Site value, the property is valued as if it's a 9-story and cellar Class B office/industrial building. It's based on sales of similarly sized type of office buildings. All of the comps are Class B office buildings. The sales are from 2022 to 2025. My question concerns the time adjustment. All of the previous sales have upward adjustments for time, as if the sales have grown in value over the past few years. Some of them as much as 20% from 2022 till now. But if you're making the argument to me that the office market has softened and has been depressed since the pandemic, which you're doing, I don't understand how these properties are becoming more and more valuable. So I think that the decision to adjust the comparables upwards by 20% doesn't agree with the argument you're making. And so I think you need to relook at that and reanalyze it. I think an upward adjustment for time of 20% from 2022 to 2026 is probably way too high and is driving the site value higher than it should be. The office rents actually reiterate the whole conversation about the softening of the office market citywide, the fact that it's a tenant-driven market, and because of that, they are taking the average $63 a square foot citywide and basically adjusting it downwards by approximately 20% under the citywide market. I'm not going to argue that point. $51.50, I'll accept that. For retail, the assumption is the as-is going to remain 2 office spaces of 4,000 approximately and 3,000 square feet each for $65 a square foot. Now for the proposed, they're talking about the proposed is going to be 1 large office space of 7,000. Then they say it is difficult to market a large space like 7,000 square feet, and so they're going to discount it in price. And so therefore, the assumption says that while the as-is retail spaces are $65 a square foot, the proposed retail spaces are $55 a square foot. Now, I looked at the plans and there really is nothing that would prevent you from subdividing that one space into the same two spaces you had in the as is. And if those are easier to lease and they lease at a higher price per square foot, I don't understand personally why a developer would choose to keep a very large 7,000 square foot space that's difficult to market. And then if it gets leased, would be leased for less. So I think there's something wrong with that assumption there. Also, they don't really discuss the location of the High Line and where the entrance and exits onto the High Line are in this area and whether or not that has an impact to the attractiveness of the site or not. So they really need to address that. I don't have much to say about the self-storage. I'll agree with that assumption that $55 a square foot and that, you know, it's impact by the building configuration. All right, I will accept that assumption. As for the residential, and here I have probably the most comments. Number one, they're setting the context of the residential market based on two reports that date back to the third quarter of 2025, which is basically a year ago, and I'm not quite sure. Especially since they're including in this a Street Easy map and set of prices that are based in 2026. So I'm not quite sure why you're giving me the old information, which probably isn't as relevant. But one thing I gleaned from the Street Easy information is that West Chelsea is probably the most valuable area from a condo sales perspective in the downtown area. And that's because the average price per square foot in West Chelsea is $2,475 a square foot for an apartment versus all of downtown's average of $2,028 a square foot. So I found that kind of helpful. Now, as for the one-bedroom apartments, the comps are much smaller. And we know from a previous case that we had is that you don't want to include a one-bedroom apartment comparable that's like 800 and something square feet because we were told that was not a prime size for a condominium. So why is that being included here, especially when you're trying to value an apartment that is a beautiful 1,230 square feet? So it's far more desirable than an 875 square foot comparable. And even with the adjustments, it's not getting at the price of $1,605 a square foot that they're talking about. Is probably dragging on the average. Now let's go to two-bedroom condos. If one-bedroom condos are $1,605 a square foot, I cannot imagine why anybody would purchase a two-bedroom apartment at $1,606 a square foot, or why anybody rather not purchase it. Everybody would purchase it. Why anybody would sell a two-bedroom condo for only $1 a square foot more. It really doesn't make sense that an extra bedroom is only $1 a square foot more. It doesn't work in my book. Now, I know that the financial expert is going to tell me this is where the comps led me, but that's not a good enough answer because if the comparables are suggesting something that just doesn't make sense, then you need to look at your comparables. You don't just put it there because it's not very believable and it just cuts at your credibility, and that's problematic. Same thing when you look at the three-bedroom condos versus the four-bedroom condos. Your three-bedroom condos have an average price of $2,425 a square foot, but your four-bedroom condos average sales price is $2,200 a square foot. Why is it so much lower than the three bedrooms? My instinct is that anytime you have an extra bedroom, you're definitely increasing the value of an apartment. Anytime you have more space in Manhattan, you're increasing the value of an apartment. So therefore, what is the explanation for this? I think that the financial expert has to go into detail when you've got results that are contrary to people's natural instincts. And there is an absence of an explanation here. It's just given to us. Either you accept it or you don't. Now, getting to the stacking plan. I found the stacking plan not to be very clear or transparent. There was no understanding about how the outdoor space was valued. They need to state their assumptions on the indoor versus the outdoor space and show their work, and the stacking plan does not do that. As for the cap rates, I looked at the residential cap rate is 7.0 in Manhattan, and I think to myself, this is high. If your answer to me is this is a blend with the retail cap rate, then you need to show me the retail cap rate, show me the residential cap rate, and show me the math, how you're calculating each proportional cap rate and then averaging it out. Now for the construction costs. For the as-is, there's only a tenant letter because the previous construction by WeWork was actually built into the sales price and accounted for in that way. So they're talking about an FF&E, which represents the tenant letter of about $35 a square foot. Now, my understanding of a tenant letter is that you're giving the lessee an allowance or credit against income to perform internal construction or build out, as well as they would be responsible also for paying for any overages. So here's my question. If you've given a tenant letter for $35 a square foot, why are there soft costs in this scenario that are attributed to the developer added into the equation? And I don't even understand how you arrived at the $35 a square foot for the tenant letter. That should be explained as well. It's just assumed that that's an appropriate amount, but I don't know if it is. So I would like to understand the justification for that, as well as the understanding as why you would add soft costs to something when you're not constructing it. You're giving somebody credit or money, a budget to actually do the construction themselves. All right, as for the self-storage and also for the proposed, I want to know what your soft cost real estate tax lines are based on, because those are a large part of your soft costs and are driving them upwards as high as they are. Your soft costs for self-storage are for your soft cost real estate taxes for self-storage are 5.9 million, and your soft cost real estate taxes for the proposed are 6.9 million, as opposed to 1.5 million for the as is. Where is all this growth in real estate tax coming from? And the question is Department of Finance going to capture all of that construction cost, at least for the self-storage, if not for the proposed? Will they even capture it? Because they don't always capture construction costs that aren't based on an alt-one construction application. So those are my questions. I think those are a little high. I think that they're driving the project by driving the development costs up. They should address that. Now, as for the proposed construction cost of $504 a square foot for an alteration of an existing building, they say they're using the segregated cost method based on Class B building, but all in all, that is way too high for a conversion. $504. We see total construction costs for brand new ground up buildings not topping $505. So I'm not sure what's going on here. You've got a great building with a great structure. It seems to me that you're just putting in partitions and refining your plumbing and your electrical for residential. I'm not sure why you get such a high cost. And then finally, I have a comment on the construction period and the lease up. For the self-storage, the construction period is 16 months for interior construction plus 30 months for lease up. That is quite high for an existing building that is only 9 stories. And then proposed, you have 32 months of construction and a 22-month lease up. That is way too high for a 9-story residential building that is in existence already. It's not being built from the ground up. You get about 1 year from Department of Finance, basically, for construction, for alteration construction. So I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from, but what they're doing is they're driving up the soft costs, which are based on the amount of construction costs, and they're lowering the annual return by dividing it across a far larger amount of months. And so those are my comments. And as far as I'm concerned, both B and E are still in play. And I'm sure Commissioner Sheta has plenty to say on that. Those are my comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I start with the obsolescence argument. I believe it need to be more worked on by the applicant. It's missing too much, I would say. For example, the column spacing of 20 by 20 seems to be generally okay for an office building. I would say it's generous or even more than generous to have a 20 feet by 20 feet, 6 meter by 6 meter. This is probably one of the max I ever seen, like in other areas outside New York and in New York as well. The structural report or the architectural report that claims that the building is deteriorating is just based on visual inspection for the roof and the facade. I don't believe that someone could judge the structural health of a building just based on visual inspection. It need to be performed by a professional structural engineer. Look at the building, look at different elements, see what kind of deterioration exists. But to take some pictures for the roof, I can share one of the.
No,
like,
it's okay.
Yeah, the report by the architect. It's all the evidence that were contained on that report is just some pictures for the facade showing some staining. I'm not sure where this staining is coming from. And for the roof, I see some brownish staining close to water ponding on the roof. That staining could be like tons of things. For example, it could be from like a corroded steel pipe on the roof, or it could be from corrosion in the steel, the top steel for the concrete slab that's existing there. These are totally different indicators, totally different animals. The cost of repairing each is totally different. So that need to be refined and looked at and presented in a report in more detail. I looked at the drawings and so to conclude this, so far I'm not convinced with the obsolescence. I believe it needs some work to be done on them, including the structural health of the existing building. On the drawings, I would like them to add identifications to sections and elevations shown on the plan instead of just saying longitudinal and transverse. That sometimes it's confusing. If this project is approved, they need to add some language on the drawings. I need them to add a note saying that the structural engineer of record shall ensure all building structural elements are and will be capable of withstanding proposed building loads based on New York City Building Code. I would like them to add that all structural stability evaluations and studies performed by the project structural engineer as part of the project will be fully reviewed by DOB and approved. I would like them to add a note saying all construction means and methods be adapted during construction of the proposed building conversion shall ensure no negative impact whatsoever on adjacent utilities and properties. I can send these 3 notes to the project manager and he come forward. Also, we need to add the BSA standard sub notes. And finally, if a use waiver is granted for this site, I'm not in favor of adding any floor additions on top of the existing building. If the applicant will get a use waiver to like convert to residential, no additions.
So this would
whatsoever.
mean, the addition of the bulk, where the core will be located, because the applicant is proposing a new bulk, a core more in the center of the entire footprint for the elevator runs and the stair runs. You're saying you wouldn't want to support that.
And the units as well. There are some additions for units. If you compare, if you put the existing drawings and the proposed drawings side by side and look at them, there are some units added on the roof.
I think there are already, the ninth floor has a partial floor plate. It is a partial.
It's very tiny as it compares to the proposed one.
Okay.
So,
All right.
long story short, keep the existing bulk with the exception of the elevator shaft that's needed. No additional units. If you're gonna get a residential waiver. And if you don't like that, prove it to us that it's not gonna work without these additions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I share some of the comments that have been made about the A finding. I don't see how this meets A finding. Being in the historic district is not a unique hardship. The obsolescence, the functional obsolescence as an office building is argued through failure to lease and also the large investments required to update the roof and the facades. So the failure to lease is not well documented, as Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned. And then as she also mentioned, the architect's letter regarding the state of the building envelope. This is, I read this entirely as maintenance issues. This is not a hardship. This is owning a building and taking care of a building. So I don't see that as a unique hardship. The BK REA letter supports residential as the building's quote, highest and best use. That is not what we do when we grant variances. We don't give you the highest and best use. We grant relief if you have actual hardships on your site. So even if you think that from a real estate perspective or a business perspective, residential is the best use, that is not a relevant argument to make in this case to meet 7221. The column spacing is perfectly fine for office layouts. I worked in a very similar building at 180 Varick, which is a very popular office building, different location. So I'm only citing this as column spacing and working in older buildings that have really high floor to ceiling heights. You can make many different kinds of office layouts with this sort of column spacing. You have an overbuilt building directly adjacent to the High Line, so the general skepticism is there, if you can't hear it. I went to the site regarding so I'll just show some photos that I took. So this is the building in question here. Very nice day. These are the windows that face the High Line. Here, directly adjacent. And then here you start to see the chimney that is also cited as an obstruction and problematic. And then you see the proximity to the building in the rear. You can see that a bit better here. And then you see this kind of canyon between the two buildings. So the chair and Commissioner Otley Brown both mentioned that making that argument as problematic for an as-of-right use is even more problematic for a residential use from all light and air and habitability standards. So it weakens the argument for the use variance. This is looking at the building that is behind you, which seems to be operating fully as of right with multiple commercial tenants. So I think there needs to be a better description, and Commissioner Otley Brown talked about this. There are a lot of sites that operate as of right that don't have the same benefits that this building has. So you will need to argue that more clearly why you cannot function as an as of right property when a lot of your neighbors do. And then on the financial report, I defer to Commissioner Otley Brown on a lot of those comments, but I thought for the office comps, there were no upward adjustments for views or direct adjacency to the High Line. There are windows on the High Line facade. That did not seem to be factored into the location upwards adjustments. And then the resi comps I thought seemed very low for the area, but again, I'll defer to Commissioner Otley Brown. I agree with her comments that the costs per square foot for the proposed conversion is incredibly high at $504 per square foot, and that the construction periods are way too long. I will reserve all other comments.
Thank you very much. I think applicant has a lot of work to do, and they can either choose to respond to all these comments in writing. They have to, but be prepared to respond to them one way or the other. Okay, so we, as I said, after this, we're going to take just a 10-minute break. Us commissioners, we need to get a 10-minute breather, and then we will resume with the first appeal case and the next appeal case. So just give us 10 minutes and we will resume.
OK，委员会我们现在有10分钟的休息，然后10分钟之后我们回来继续我们的听证会跟作证。
Okay?
The microphones in the room remain on.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
Tony, we can't hear you. Tony, sorry, we can't hear you at all.
Apologies, we'll reset. Good afternoon, everyone.
Is the room on?
Now it is.
Yes, Ms.
Now.
We're live. Yes, you may proceed now.
Thank you, Ms. Pringa. Thank you, Mr. Costanza. Good afternoon. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 10th, 2026. Please be advised that, we'll start with the appeals calendar, new cases, item number 6, 2025, 54A, 2114.
Thank you, guys.
Please note the record that Commissioner Otley Brown is joining us remotely.
His team. Join them.
Okay, so we.
Yeah,
need-
just one sec. If DOB's team members want to join, please raise your hand now so that we can have you in the room. Megan, James Schmidt, I know is. I don't know if Mona's coming in. Mona, okay, okay. Whoever is this for, your parties?
Yeah.
The appellants?
Members from the appellant.
Members from the appellant?
B and members. Yes. Are you joined in the Zoom?
Yeah, I did.
Who is
If you
Brett?
can raise your hand in
Who
the
is-
Zoom room and I'll admit you.
Who is Bert? Bert?
We have a Bert Fajardo as well.
He's on Zoom.
Okay, and.
He's part of your team?
Or part of your team.
He's part of them.
Okay. Just make the statement. Members of the public will have an opportunity to speak at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay. Members of the public will have an opportunity to speak at the end of this presentation.
OK，喺呢個展示之後咧，咁大眾咧，大家咧，大家就會有機會可以發言，在我提供了這個展示之後。
And after DOB, right?
Yeah.
After,
And owner's rep, is there anybody else from owner's
this
rep?
just,
two of you? Okay.
拥有者的代表就是这两位。
We'll take appearances at the beginning of each presentation. Okay,
Okay.
just state your name.
state your name for the record.
Who you
Sure.
represent.
My name is,
Microphone
good afternoon, Chair and the member of the board. Thank you for hearing, our presentation today. My name is Xiaofeng Yi. I'm, the appearance of the BSA calendar number, 2025
Do you need the interpreter?
No.
No,
No,
no.
for now. If I need, I will.
Okay,
take-
fine,
yeah.
good, thank you. Could you
and-
sit down?
And also, 2026, dash 09A. Dr. Harry Zhu will hear as me as a community representative. So the first thing is like we try to talk about, we originally asked the board to revoke the partial demolition permit for 2114 and also the new building permit for 2140 Pearl Street. Because DOB approved them, approved them when the required
Excuse me, one
information-
moment.
Sorry, Mr. Fiang Yi, am
Yeah.
I pronouncing your name properly?
Yeah.
Okay. First case that we are going to hear is 2025-54A. So you need to give this presentation just for the record. I understand that there are similarities.
Oh,
but
okay, so,
Record, you only can speak at this point with regards to 2025-54A.
okay, so I will
Okay.
start presenting
Yeah,
that case.
Thank you.
Okay.
So first, the 2114 partial demolition was not a separate project. The subdivision, the OCO, the partial demolition, the BPPP, and the new building was all part of one larger common plan on the test lot 10 and 11, about total 36 square feet. DOB argued they say the application was reviewed separately, but we found the same DOB examiner
R.C. Mosley approved the subdivision on January 9, 2024, the new building application on April 2nd, 2024, and the relay CO on August 6, 2024. This shows these are relay filling were reviewed as one connected development project.
Thanks, sir.
I want to bring up the question of the commissioner and also the chair member, saying the DOB is the DOB's own guideline, and we don't have the right to do anything about that. And I want to bring up these three important AC section. So the first one is the section 28-104.11.2. So this AC says the applicant must determine and disclose where the project is a covered development project. If the applicant does not disclose it, this is a code violation. So this answered the Chairman Shita's question. The incomplete 9M section is something the applicant should be disclosed. If he don't disclose, this is a code violation based on this AC. Secondly, the section 28-104.11.3 says the requirement DEP stormwater construction permit and also the SWPPP, which stands for Stormwater Pollution Preventing Plan, must include with the application. That means this stormwater pollution plan and also the DEP stormwater construction permit should be included with the partial demolition application, and also, I'm not going to go to another case. And the third, the section 28-104.11.4 says the DOB must revoke the approval, and relay permit when the required disclosure was not made. So I think this AC is pretty clear. One is like the applicant must disclose where the project is a covered development project. And second, the DEP stormwater construction permit and the SWPPP must be included with the application. The applicant failed to disclose and provide the required document, make the application legally defense.
Do I need to be sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Just state your name for the record.
Henry Zhu. All right. Okay, can you? All right. There are several additional defects concerning 2114 Coyle Street. First, under OPPN number 30/92, the improved property subdivision required coordinated related filings and certificate of occupancy records. The related alt-CO for 2134 Coyle Street was withdrawn and never replaced. Second, under local law 160, the property ownership certification dated February 13th of 2024 identified Coyle Street Owner LLC as the owner, even though the company did not acquire the title until May 23rd, 2024. Third, 2114 Coyle Street is in a mandatory inclusionary housing area, but the record does not identify the required HPD permit notice, approved waiver, or outside the MIH area proof before the alt-CO permit was issued.
Mr.
Yeah,
Zhu,
yeah.
I'm sorry to
Sure.
bother you. I know you have both of you have taken a lot of effort in putting your presentation, and as you have gathered from all the statements that you have heard from the commissioners,
Mhm.
we have read through everything
Sure,
that has been
sure.
provided.
Sure.
However,
Mhm.
because what you're presenting to us, what you initially presented to us are the case that are exact statements that we stated at the beginning. Your discussion has to be only relevant to that.
Mm.
MIH is not a factor. You cannot bring that up here. That is not before the board because that was not in the initial case. You cannot bring up the ownership for the case number 52 because that was not brought up before the debate.
No.
Okay?
All right, fair
So
enough.
please
Thank you.
keep
Thank you,
your
Chair.
scope only to the stormwater thing for case number 1.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
One
you.
more thing I want to bring up about the stormwater. So this is the water, the letter from the DEP that sent to the board and July 15. So it says, given the provision of the administrative code and the application DOB received, DEP believes DOB review was appropriate. DEP does not expect DOB to treat partial demolition as covered development plan in the absence of the information. Because the information is absent, that's the DEP cannot determine anything. It's not because it's not a covered common plan. It's not because it don't need to be disclosed. It's just because the application is not complete. So DEP cannot make any judgment on that. That's the letter actually is saying. It's not saying the DEP consider this is not a larger common plan. I'm done with the first case. Can we go to the second case?
No, we cannot.
I'm
We
not-
cannot.
Separated.
Separated.
We will
Okay.
go one.
The procedure is that we'll now ask DOB to respond.
Yeah,
Then the property owner can respond.
yeah.
Then we'll ask the members of the public to speak. Then we'll go
Then
to
go
the
to the
next
other
case.
case. Okay,
They're representing the second one.
okay.
And this is just because of the record.
Yeah.
We need to keep the record of these two. Because they were filed separately, we need to keep the record separately.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can just.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna stop the screen share and we'll invite DOB.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is she in the room already?
Yeah.
DOB?
Miss Brandon?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Megan Brandon, and I'm Assistant General Counsel at the Department of Buildings. Apologies, are we doing translation?
Do we need translation?
Do you need DOB's?
Do you need DOB's translation?
No.
No. Yeah, Appellant is saying no.
Okay.
We'll let
Okay.
you know. We'll let you know if there's a pause needed.
Thank you. I make this statement on behalf of the department with respect to the submissions made by the challenger prior to DOB's written submission made on July 28, 2026, and in support of the department's written submission. The challenger asserts that the department's approval and issuance of permits for the partial demolition and new building applications in connection with construction at the premises were improper and must be revoked. A DEP stormwater construction permit was properly submitted to DOB before DOB issued a construction permit for the new building. The DEP permit was not required to be submitted in connection with the Alt-CO application for partial demolition. This application specifically indicated the work was not part of a larger common plan of development. DEP agrees that in such a case, DOB is not expected to treat the work as such. The DEP permit was properly submitted to DOB prior to the commencement of development activity, which was triggered by the issuance of the new build permit. Because the applicant already submitted to DOB the DEP permit, there is no relief to be granted with respect to this claim. Accordingly, the department respectfully requests that the board deny this appeal.
Any questions or comments?
Okay. Is there someone representing the property owner in this matter? No?
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're going to open it up to, Mr. Lovell, do you need to?
No,
No, he's for the
No,
other one.
okay. Now we're going to open it up to public. First, we're going to take statement from the
Elected.
from the elected officials?
Don't you have to call the case?
Yeah.
The case that we're discussing is 2025-54A, 2114 Coyle Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-864-4118, press pound. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Thank you. That's, once you are heard, you'll have 3 minutes, with the exception of the elected officials who'll have more time. That's the council member.
Yeah.
Narcisse.
So we will start with State Senator.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Steve Chan, representing the District of Senate District 17 in Southern Brooklyn. I come here in support of our neighbors in the Sheepshead Bay area. At the time that this job site started working on, they actually didn't have a state senator. So I kind of got involved because they were reaching out to me for help. And I'm very, very happy to represent our community over there as I consider myself to be a people's senator. And today I heard everything from examples of how something is routinely done. People routinely ride their bicycles on the sidewalks of New York City. People routinely make U-turns in New York City on our roads. That doesn't make it proper, and it doesn't make it legal. I feel that this board was somewhat biased from the get-go, from what I've been hearing as an observer. And I feel that the evidence presented both in the PowerPoint and in the letters from the challenges to the BSA was legitimate and with merit and very compelling. So I ask, I've also seen in another case where a developer was scrutinized or you guys nitpick on his application, on his, so with that said, I asked the board, consider what our neighbors presented to you. And I find a lot of these evidence to be actually legitimate. I can't help but feel that the Department of Buildings has skirted their own bylaws and administrative codes, as well as the Board of Standards and Appeals have done that. So I hope that for future reference, that the board is truly committed to remaining unbiased towards my constituents as well as the neighbors of New York City, between them and the developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question. Yeah. First of all, we're not biased. For real. Second, you're indicating that like too many evidence that were submitted to us are compelling and they support the request from the appellant to revoke the permit. Based on what? Tell me one single evidence that was submitted and it is in support of the appellant.
Commissioner Shetta, I think State Senator, any public person is entitled to their opinion and their statement. And
I wasn't aware that this was a debate. I'm sorry.
Totally agreeing to that. But if you know one single evidence, please let us.
Well, you just heard it from, you guys, for instance, right?
You can't,
So,
wait to use the mic because it.
Commissioner,
For instance, right, let's talk about supportive housing. The original application for this development was for supportive housing. And with that said, right, affordable housing is great. We absolutely need it in the neighborhood. But this was a classic case of bait and switch. The application submitted was for supportive housing, not for a homeless shelter. That was switched along the way. The stormwater, to me, the DEP, the Department of Buildings clearly violated their own bylaws and administrative codes. They did require that the DEP permit was not submitted.
thank you, Commissioner.
I'd just like to make clear,
And
For this item number 6, we are discussing the relevance of the DEP stormwater permit
Yeah.
and whether this is a covered development project.
And the AC's code is crystal clear on that. And
I think
it
the board
doesn't
has-
prohibit issuing a permit
Commissioner Shetta.
without
board
the
has-
stormwater permit.
Com-
I want to make this.
Commissioner Shetta
Thank you.
and all other commissioners, I think the board on record has made it very clear as to where we stand on this. We do not need to repeat it. We have a lot of speakers who are going to testify. Please give them the opportunity to speak.
I really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
appreciate you too. Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse, I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Do you see? Okay. Unmute yourself, madam.
Good afternoon. By now, we're starting in the morning. Thank you to everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the board. I am Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse, representing the 46th District. I see that is a hard work. You've spent all morning going through everything, but I want to be clear about why I'm here. This community was met with a bait and switch, and instead of walking away, they went to work. They pulled the data. They've been showing it back and forth in my office. They cross-checked them by hands. They found the gaps that the city agency was supposed to catch from the beginning. I am here because they deserve to have that work taken seriously. They work very hard. And I understand that you work very hard too. Here's what I meant by bait and switch. This community supported a zoning and development process on the understanding that this site would be affordable housing. That's why they were presented here today. They're fighting because that's not what they voted for. Somewhere along the way, without the community being told, the plan changed. The application filed with DOB still described this building as a DHS sponsored supportive housing. But the document actually recorded against this property describes something different, a homeless shelter, for a term of 40 years. Nobody came back to this community and said the deal has changed. They found out by digging through the filing themselves. It doesn't stop here. My constituent found that the person who signed the ownership certification for this project swore to DOB in January 2024 that this company owned this property. City records show that the company did not actually acquire the title until May of that year. He certified ownership 4 months before he had it. And that this community, my office, still doesn't have a straight answer about whether the required notice to HPD, one that's supposed to happen before any permit get issued on a site like this, was ever filed. They were probably never filed it at all. My office raised this question directly to DOB and HPD. We have not received a single straight answer. I want to be direct to this board. Every one of these issues traces back to DOB not following its own rules, not my rules, not this community's rules. DOB's own procedures, its own service bulletins, its own administrative code. The disclosure requirement, the ownership certification standard, the MIH notice requirement, all of it already exists on the books. Nobody is asking DOB to do anything new. We are asking DOB to do what is already required of every other applicant in the city. And I'll say plainly, my office has had a hard time getting DOB to engage with us at all of this issue, for all the sites, especially since March when a gas line was struck during unpermitted work here. This is a community that was told it was getting one kind of a building and maybe getting another on a site where the ownership documents don't add up. The required notices can be produced, and the agency responsibility for enforcing its own rules has gone quiet. I am asking this board to take my constituent research seriously, to require DOB and HPD to produce what the laws require, and to use its authority to get the answers this community has been asking for and never received. If the applicant cannot produce what is required, and I know the board will do the right thing. So I thank you for your attention because I've been fighting and it been in at my doorstep, rallies. I've been to rallies.
Just, if you want to clap, just go this. That's way everybody can hear what council member anybody's saying. Okay, if you support, go this. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, council member.
Thank you. I've been stressed.
Thank you. Any
Thank-
other elected official that may be in
And-
the room?
And I would also, if both council member and State Senator Chen, if you want to submit your statement, what you have stated, email it to us. We'll put it in our record also. I just want to say for the record, what is before us is not the bait and switch. If it's a permitted use, it's a permitted use. That is not the action that is before us. And what is before us are these issuance of these permits. And from everything that I am hearing so far, the issuance of the permits are related to DOB's internal rules and policies and not related to the admin code. The rules and policies, when they were promulgated, that was the time when the community or the public should have opposed. Since it has gone unchallenged at this point, what is before us is how the rules is applying and its consistency with the administrative code and the charter. I just want to make that very clear. Now we will open it up. Any other elected officials
In the room?
in the
or on
room or
Zoom? Please raise your hand.
any
other
elected officials?
Okay.
We'll start with the list we passed around. Elliot Myers, if you'd like to speak. Okay,
Oh, okay, so.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, the next person is Benjamin Louis. You'll have 3 minutes. Do you need an interpreter?
No, I don't need an interpreter.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
What's your name for the record?
Benjamin Louis? Yeah. So my name is Benjamin Louis, and I support calendar number 2025-54-A. DOB's property profile identifies 2114 Coral Street as an MIH area property. Before DOB issued or renewed the related ALCO permit, the applicant was required to provide an HPD permit notice, an approved waiver, and or Zola proof showing that the property was outside the MIH area. The record identifies none of those documents. DOB nonetheless issued the ALCO permit on September 24th, 2024, and renewed it on September 26th, 2025. These are prior to permit requirements. They are intended to make sure that the mandatory inclusionary housing applications are reviewed before work is authorized. The absence of the required documents cannot be treated as harmless simply because DOB issued and renewed the permit. The board should require DOB to follow the same MIH procedures for this property that it publishes for every other project. Because the permit was issued without the required documentation, the board should revoke the challenge permit and related improper approvals. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this particular case was regarding stormwater and not MIH. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Chris, pardon my pronunciation, Chris Chiaratano? Chris Chiartano?
For next case.
Oh, for the next case? Okay. Okay, Kelvin Ho?
Yes. State your name. Do you need an?
My name is Kelvin Ho.
You need interpreter?
No.
Okay.
Good afternoon, BSA chairperson, BSA members, and everyone. My name is Kelvin Ho, and I'm here today in support of calendar number 2026-09-8.
Oh, wait, that's the next case.
Next case. It's the next case. We have to come back.
Okay, sorry, okay. Okay, Wyben Hyun.
Wayne.
The
Next case. Thank you.
Okay,
Steve Chen, we got.
no, Steve Chen, we got Jianhua Chen? Jianhua Chen? Same case? But only for 2025-54A. Not for 2026-09A. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Oh.
你需要翻译吗？OK，
Oh, so it's not for that? Okay, so you're here for 2024-54A?
你是为了2025-24吗？
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Kwok, if you would just interpret, if there are any members of the public who would like to speak on this case.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Okay.
say that.
Yeah，所以现在就是有没有公众因为2025-54A 的这个 case 要发言，有吗？
You wanna raise your hand? It's like,
啊？轮到你。OK，should be I'm next。
OK，
OK， 好。
for this case.
是2025-54A 对吧 ？OK。
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Andy Wong.
Oh, yeah, I have.
Normally, when we apply the application, if some checkbox was empty, I would get rejected because the application is not completed. Okay? But this gentleman just told me they don't need it. I'm surprised. Can you explain for me? Why you don't need to, empty the checkbox?
I didn't say they didn't need
You
it.
did say it.
Wait. I said it's irrelevant.
Oh, okay. So why you need to complete the application? There's no need to, right? So if you can do it, everybody can do it.
Okay.
All right. So second, the DOB requests only the owner can fill up and submit the application. But the application, but the applicant was not the owner yet. He become the owner after 4 months later. DOB still can accept it. So that is a question, in here, everything is wrong.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, could you announce again, because there's a lot of people in the Zoom room, if
Okay.
they can
If
raise
the-
their hands?
Anybody who is in the Zoom room, ask them to raise their hand if they want to speak specific to case number
54A。
54A. Yeah.
OK， 如果有大众在 Zoom 那边等待，你要因为2025-54A 这个 case 要发言的话，请你举手，也在那个 Zoom 里面举手。还有吗？因为有很多人在等待，在Zoom 上面有 Zoom 的等待的大众，因为2025-54A 要发言吗？请举手。
I don't see anybody's hand being raised. Okay. I'm just going to give 1 more minute, just it takes
Okay.
time for somebody to get to the, so. Okay. Is that 1 minute? Is it over?
The case we are currently discussing is item number 6, 2025-54A, 2114 Coyle Street, Brooklyn.
Say it again.
Yeah. 那现在我们正在讨论的是2025-54A，这个 case， 2114 Coyle 街 Brooklyn 这个地址。
All right, I do not see anybody's hand being raised to speak on this particular subject matter. Right. Commissioners, do you have any other statement or anything to make? No. Okay. I think based on everything that I have heard so far, there is a unanimous position.
We have one member from the public in the waiting room, Bert Fajardo. I will promote to panelist or allow them to speak.
Okay, Mr. Fajardo.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Are we still on are we on the second case now, or are we still on
No,
the first?
we're on the first case still.
Oh, my apologies. I'll speak on the second.
Okay, all right. All right. Well,
We good?
Okay. What do you want to say? Okay, so based on everything that we have heard, and I do appreciate every effort that has been made by the appellant and in expressing the concerns, I am not convinced that the issues raised rises to a need for a revocation. And as stated earlier, the board is an independent board. Each of our board members, we review independently, and we review each and every document that is submitted, and we deliberate on it independently. And independently, all five of us have come to the same conclusion, and that is, does it comply with the statutory laws and the common law practices based on what is practiced as part of the common law, which are legal guidelines and principles the board follows, and based on the legal guidelines that is given, that we have to abide by statutory laws that is in the administrative code. I feel the board sees that there is no ground for revocation. So I'm not going to belabor this part of this hearing anymore, and I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this hearing and the record is closed, because we have quite a bit of, we have a lot of information, more information, and I don't think any additional information is going to change the opinion of this board. So I'm going to recommend that we close and the record is closed also.
So the motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Next case, please.
Now we'll proceed with item number 7, 2026-09A, 2140 Coyle Street, Brooklyn. Want to do that?
OK，下一个要作证的是2026-9A 的这个 case。
Okay, Mr. Gentleman. Please state your name for the record again.
Xiao Fenyi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never wear a jacket.
I'm again going to remind everybody that please keep your comments relevant to the 4 issues that were raised in this particular case, and not and any other subject matter that is not relevant to this is not going to be considered by this board. I'm going to ask the speaker to not discuss it.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
The new building case. So I'm going to bring back to this same three stormwater administrator code that apply here on the new building permit case. So let me repeat. The AC section 28-104.11.2 require the applicant to determine and disclose the stormwater condition. But on the original on the original BPP PW1, it have the application with this 9M section bank. And later, the amendment PW1, which on the exhibit DOB A2, they put the no on the 9M. So for me, it's a clear validation of this AC code, section 28-104.11.2, because the applicant failed to disclose the information on the beginning. And the new building permit has been approved without the require stormwater permit. So the section, the AC code section 28-104.21.3 require the DEP stormwater construction permit and the SWPPP to be included with the application. So DOB approved the new application on April 2nd, 2024. DEP did not issue the stormwater construction permit until February 10, 2025, more than 10 months later. So this is, for me, is the clear violation of the AC code 28-104.11.3. because it says stormwater permit and SWPP are required document before approval. And then the section 28-104.11.4 will allow the relocation when the requirement disclosure was missing or is not come with the required document is not come on with the application. So the rule is very simple. Disclose it first and submit the required document before approval. That did not happen here. For this reason, the late DEP permit did not cure the problem that already exists on the DOB approved new building application.
State your name for the record.
Yeah, Henry Zhu. Ready? The improved property subdivision affected 3 existing buildings, 2114, 2134, and 2150 Coyle Street. The DOB's subdivision code notes required a related alteration filing for each affected building and tax lot. 2114 had a related filing. The 2134 filing was withdrawn on October 8th, 2024. No replacement was identified. For 2150, no related Alt 1 or Alt 2 filing was identified. So the subdivision, related filings, and certificate of occupancy process were not fully coordinated. And I asked a very simple question, which is, how do you know when something's wrong? How do you know when something is not being followed?
So let's go back to the subdivision problem. So I want to bring up this administrative code 28-1.4.7.18. It says the applicant must identify where the zoning law has one tax lot or multiple tax lot. If it have multiple tax lot, the applicant must provide the required CO, I mean the certificate of occupancy information for each lot, which the lot 10 and lot 11. The section, the administrative code section 28-1.4.7.18.1 and also section 28-111A.2.3.1 then require the effect owner to obey any require or new amend certificate of occupancy within the typical 1 year period when the address, block, lot, or zoning lot information has changed. The new building zoning lot have test lot 10 and test lot 11. Which on our reply exhibit to DOB C1. This is the new building CD1 file. It indicate we have test lot and test 11. But on the new building PW1, it only disclose the lot 11, which is the violation of this administrative code 28-1.4.7.18, and also the AC code 28-1.4.7.18.1. Because these two AC code require the applicant to define the zoning law, is test law, and relay CO information. And the DOB approved the new building application. Discipline the incomplete zoning law and test law disclosure. So that's the another slide that repeating that I mentioned before. This is another requirement for the effect test law owner to obey any required new or amendment certificate of occupancy within a capable 1 year period. So you can see the new building approval is happened on April 2nd, 2024. And 1 year comply period expired at April 2nd, 2025. But the CO is on the exhibit DOB exhibit C2 on our reply submission. This is the current CO of the lot 11. It still shows the old address, which is 2140. Continue on the subdivision. Because there are no CO for this building, and I just want to bring up this house number approval requirement. The RCNY Title 14, Chapter 1, Section 1.01, procedure for issue of house number. So basically it's saying for the address, new house number approval, DOB require the applicant to obey house number verification stamp on the back of the PW fund form, tax graphic unit of the Borough President Office. 2140 is not a valid house number even. So let's look at the exhibit on our reply to the DOB exhibit D2. The official record from the Borough President Office shows the house number 2130, 2134, and 2150, 2155, 2154, but no 2140. So the new building permit actually using a non-existent house number. So I don't know how can they do that. I mean, for me, it's basically is a total violation of this law. And I want to.
I
Yeah.
hate to keep
Sorry.
breaking into your
sorry.
presentation, but this factor
Yeah.
is not in your initial content.
Yeah, it's related to the
It
subdivision.
is not related.
It's not.
It is not related. And the housing number and all of that, I can't even begin to talk about it because I don't even think it's in DOB's jurisdiction. It's a number that is provided by Department of Finance, and DOB just accepts whatever is provided.
Okay.
So and it's not before us, and I do not want to have any discussion on that matter.
Okay. So can I talk about it next month?
I'd like to just state for the record that Coyle Street 2130 is a range address from 2130 Coyle Street to 2140 Coyle Street.
2132?
2130 to 2140,
It's a range.
inclusive.
Thank you.
So let's continue on the subdivision. So the DOB memo dated May 18, 1978 is commonly called the 1970 Mickey memo. It says one zoning lot has more than one owner. So that's the case here. So when the new building permit, they have multi-tax lot and multi-owner.
Was that in your initial statement?
Yeah, it's
About,
the subdivision related, it's because we have our original submission, and then DOB reply us, and then we reply on the same.
I understand the process.
Yeah,
However, when you are responding to DOB's comments, you cannot add new elements.
Yeah,
You
that's,
have to stick to the elements that were presented before or respond to DOB's questions, but not adding. And I think from what I read from the submissions made, there were elements that were added that were not in the scope of the initial review or in DOB's statements.
but how can we, reply, use more
The
evidence?
reply is whether it's correct or not, or whether the same regulations have been applied judiciously, legally, case laws, or other things based on which you can.
Yeah, so
make
that's
more
what
evident.
Okay.
This is not based on case laws or evident. You're adding additional factors that are not before the board and that was not cited in the initial challenge case that was presented to against DOB. So it would not be, in other words, you're adding new challenges which DOB or the property owner was not privy to initially. And you're asking them to respond to new items to be challenged to, which were not originally there. We are only sticking to what was originally there. And
If we want to bring up this question, we have to
Based on
fulfill the
those
new
four
BSA
already-
case?
I'm not saying anything, but I would warn you from everything that we have heard here, the ground is not there.
Okay.
But if you want to present the case, stick to the case that you have initially find. Those 4 items that I mentioned at the beginning, that is in your initial letter, are the 4 points on which you have to make your statements.
Chairman, I think it's related because the DOB respond to us because the zoning law is not changed. So that's why the new building permit don't need the subdivision to be finished. So that's why this evidence, zoning, even though the zoning law is not changed.
Zoning law, and I would state this board is very well versed with zoning law. We
Okay.
have dealt with many appeals cases
Okay.
related to zoning law.
Okay,
And I
so
will
I'm-
tell you that zoning lot can have multiple owners. Zoning lot can have multiple tax lots, and each tax lot can have its owner, and therefore a zoning lot can have multiple owners. So that it is not a finding at all that is raising any issues with this board.
Oh, okay, but,
Okay.
yeah, I
There are
understand.
there are case laws very clearly outlined, and this board has deliberated on many such case laws.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay. The point is like, it's not a zoning law with multiple owner. But what I try to bring up is the multi-tax law with multiple owner need to follow the instruction of the 1970 Mickey memo. Is that something we
And
can
it
talk
is,
about?
and we do follow a Minkin memo, and the Minkin memo does allow multiple.
Oh, yeah, but this is not the point I'm trying to stay here. I want to say something else. But relate.
Okay,
Sorry,
go ahead.
So the Mickey memo says when one zoning law has more than one owner, the zoning exhibit 2 is required before the building permit is issued. The record document under the CRFN 2023-00032 A9A5, this document is actually a zoning exhibit 3 document. On the subdivision, the LCO fueling, it putting on the exhibit 3 position. But on the new building fueling permit, it put the same document as the exhibit 2. So the new building fueling using the exhibit 3 document on the exhibit 2 field. Neither new DOB or owner on their has identified separate record the zoning document exhibit 2. So the required exhibit 2 is missing from the record when the building get new building permit get approved. And the new building permit get issued.
I'm
so
trying
that-
to, I'm
yeah.
trying to
Is that
understand.
cured?
I'm not sure what is the connection? What is the nexus between that and the need for a revocation?
Basically, it's saying it validate it using the false document and missing the zoning document exhibit 2 on the new building application.
Why
Because-
is it a false document?
Because that document is exhibit 3. They use the same document, just put it on the exhibit 2 field, the entry, but that's not the exhibit 2.
So do you think that let's say this ministerial error was corrected?
Exactly, yeah, so they use the wrong document to fill on the field that's supposed to have the exhibit 2.
And
But
they
it's
don't
been
have exhibit
corrected.
2.
but if it has been corrected,
Do you think?
what is the issue that would prevent the permit being invalidated?
If they can show us the real exhibit 2 document. But right now, we don't have the zoning exhibit 2.
They filed a 3 instead.
Yeah,
But then refiled exhibit 3 as exhibit 2.
yeah.
Okay, so then what they
so-
did was then fixed.
Yeah.
No, they didn't fix it.
No, he's saying this.
It's still, that's why we bring it to the board right
I
now.
think that needs to be clarified, because if DOB has the authority to accept an exhibit 3, which is an owner statement of a zoning lot that's recorded against the property, and they're allowed to accept that as an exhibit 2 for the sake of meeting these needs, then it's either an error or it's either been accepted by DOB as serving as the function of an exhibit 2.
There needs to be,
In its title.
there needs to be
Document-
support for your statement that exhibit 3 cannot simply be relabeled to satisfy the exhibit 2 requirement.
Yeah, because on the Mickey memo, the subdivision C says if the the tax law have only single one owner, you submit the exhibit 3. And if the tax law have multiple owner, you have to submit the exhibit 2 along with the exhibit 4 and 5, 4 or 5, in order to satisfy this requirement. So that is not happen here. So we don't have the exhibit 2 on the new building file. It's not listed. That's why I'm saying exhibit 3 cannot simply be reliable to satisfy the distriction exhibit 2 requirement. So I'm.
Okay, so, and that would be enough to revoke.
Yeah, I'm still
That-
trying to find the.
I'm up in the
connection.
nexus of it is
What-
that, so sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
So is that what would end up having these permits revoked? Is that the only, is that the only cure here?
Is that the only deficiency?
Well, no, is that the only cure? Only way to cure this,
Is this incurable?
is this incurable?
If they can show us the real zoning exhibit 2 and file on the showing us that has been filed, that will be proof.
I think.
That's not the
okay.
case here.
We need, okay, I think that maybe DOB can clarify that, but I still do not see how that is a ground for revocation of a permit. What DOB needs to ensure, and Department of Finance also ensures, DOB in this case is relying on what Department of Finance is providing, but wanting to ensure is that all the properties in question affected by the zoning lot are fully aware that there is a development happening and all parties are aware of that and they have signed on to an agreement. And please hear me out. And based on that, I think if I were to interpret from DOB's letter, DOB has not received any issues of or any concerns raised by any of the property owners that are within the zoning lot or lots abutting the zoning lot. So I don't think there is any issue associated with it, warranting a revocation. Be that as it may, just for the record, for the completeness of the record, if an exhibit 2 is required, that's a different story, but that still does not lead me to believe that this board should revoke a permit because the exhibit 2 is the same as exhibit 3, or exhibit 3 was incorrectly presented as exhibit 2, or vice versa. DOB has to determine that the zoning lot together was legally all correct, and DOB can respond to that. Okay? All right.
Yeah, and I agree with that assessment. And the point is more that we're building the case that there are multiple things going on here that are not being followed. And yeah, I agree that it's just not this, that we want revocation simply because of the things that we're exhibiting. It's for you guys to see that maybe there's something being missed. Maybe there are improper things that are going on. Maybe if they ostensibly are very competent, developers that they would follow letter of the law. They have very, very competent people, right?
Mr. Zhu, all I would say, you're absolutely right. I think you've done an excellent job of looking through every code that would be applicable. And we have looked through those documents that you have provided and your team member. All I would say is that so far, based on everything that we have reviewed, what DOB states as part of its checklists and rules are not as we call the statute. What is the statute? The statutes are what's in the administrative code, what's in the charter, what's in the building code, what's in the zoning code, what's in the case laws. And so far, none of those evidence that you have provided convinces us to believe that these changes of a wrong home address or the MIH or the subdivision or the property ownership, and property ownership, actually, they're totally consistent with the administrative code. You may not like the way it is practiced, but that is the standard practice. It is the practice that has been approved by the case laws, by the court. Court sees us that way. We follow the same principles that court guides us with. And that's the common law. That's what we call common law. So court guides us, we follow that law. Our board follows it, DOB follows it, all other practicing agencies or any practicing lawyer dealing with land use laws or property laws deals with that. So it's nothing inconsistent. So you may dispute the common law. You should take that to the court and question the common law and why it is being practiced that way. We are not that entity. I'll make that because that statement was made earlier during the public testimony. I just want to make it clear. Our hand is very much tied and it's very much limited to those factors. We cannot write the law. You want to change the law and you want to bring it to us, that's a different story. We cannot change the law. We are just interpreting the law that has been presented before us. So based on that, the ownership factor is not at all a factor because it is a common law which states that you have the right to, if you have the proper, I'm forgetting the terminology.
Equitable interest.
Thank you. Then you are entitled to file the application, which has been done appropriately. So let's put that aside. You really cannot bring that up because we have case laws and case laws that support that evidence. Okay. Now
It's beyond case law. It's defined in 28-101.5 of the admin code. Owner is defined as any person, agent, firm, partnership, corporation, or other legal entity having a legal or equitable interest in or control of the premises.
and the equitable interest is what this particular owner has, and therefore it is absolutely permittable. So, so that is one part of it. With regards to, again, zoning lot, you can have multiple owners. It's for the clarity of DOB to ensure that every property owner on that zoning lot is aware of it and is and has made it. But that itself, that itself is not a reason for any board to have to revoke the application.
Sure.
Because yes, it's a document that needs to be signed and that has to be submitted. And it may have been, there's, as your study have shown, there are just so many pieces of this puzzle. Every piece has to be done. And there would be inaccuracies. But the question is, how inaccurate are they that prevents this building permit being revoked? It has to be egregious enough where it's causing safety and security and harm to the immediate neighbor. It is being structurally being instabilized. It is causing unusual environmental damage. None of those are the situations in this case. What is concerning you, I'm gathering from the discussion, is the fact that somebody had suggested a supportive housing, but instead has made it into a homeless shelter. But that is not before us.
Okay.
That is not at all before us. What is before us is this permit valid, regardless of whether it is for a supportive housing, regardless of whether it is for us or a luxury housing or for a homeless shelter. Is the permit valid? In this case, regardless of what's housing typology or building typology, is the permit valid? And so far, every evidence that's been provided here does not speak in the way you have outlined it. I'm just making it
No,
very.
I understand, and thank you for bringing it up because it answers a question that I would have posed to the board, which is how would you know that something is, again, going wrong? So there's two things I want to bring to your attention. One is in the NYC, again, DOB building notice, service notice in 2021 that clearly states and what the property owners are to be listed on a property certification form. And then you mentioned community safety. So do you guys know what happened in March for this building, for this property?
Is it there on your challenge?
Is this relevant to the DOB's approval of this construction document that's being
Because they
challenged?
Approved of the new building permit, despite
before
there
us.
being local law 160, if there are more than $25,000 in arrears, if there are violations that add up to more than $20,000.
I'm so sorry. Local law 160 is not, it's not, your appeal has not been predicated upon compliance with this local law.
Yeah.
This is outside the scope of this
Up to
case.
The scope of this case. You have to keep it within the scope of this case.
What?
I mean, this is part of the original appeal.
No, this I already.
No, it is not part of the original.
No,
This specific document is part of it's the second, it's number 2.
Yes, it's literally.
It's document number 2.
It is.
It is
No,
literally in the exhibits, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's citing the service notice as law.
And
No, the
this is-
service notice, yes, but not the local,
This
the
certification
property owner
exists
certification.
to say, I
Yes.
do or do not owe the city more than $25,000 in
Okay.
arrears. And they're in this service notice describing what you need to do. It says that you should be the owner as defined by Department of Finance record or as established by Department of Finance record.
But that's the.
This is the
property-
service notice, which
Yeah.
we've established that the notices that are
Thank you.
issued
Yes, thank you.
by
for that
DOB
clarification.
Sure,
for the courtesy of the public as guidelines are not law.
sure.
No, but the local law is ours.
To your point is that it would be very easy for us to find out if the DOB followed and looked on DOF, and we have FOIL requests, and they did not look. They didn't look at who the owner was.
How would you know that they didn't look at?
Because we asked specifically for their searching of the files, and we have all the FOIL requests, we have all the correspondences with DOB. CM Mercedes Narcisse will attest that we asked specifically for these documents. They have to file that they looked through the DOF records, they did not.
Okay.
But that's where I leave it to you guys to see if there's something wrong here for this specific development.
Where in the service notice does it say DOB has to conduct their independent investigation into the filing?
Yeah,
Okay, so
They're highlighting
one thing
inclusion.
here, I want to specify, the owner on the AC, that the definition on the AC code that DOB print is different to the owner that we present to the board on originally. okay, originally. We're talking about the local law of 116 of 2017.
Hold on.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay, we're talking about.
No, hold on, the recording.
Oh,
stopped.
Saying a word, not
Just
a
don't say
word.
anything.
What
It
happened?
started again, but we should confirm.
You good?
Yeah, it's showing it's recording on this end.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, you can
please
proceed.
go ahead.
I can continue, present?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So the purpose of the owner that DOB mentioned is on the general owner, on the AC, on the AC. But this ownership certification, the purpose of this certification is seeing the DOF owner, how many fine or another cover arrest has been owned when the permit is issued or application is applied. So it's very clearly saying for the purpose of property ownership certification form, that's the form that they use the soon-to-be owner sign. This owner that defined on the local law 160 is the property owner reflect on the NYC Department of Finance, DOF record. David, the guy who signed is not the owner that on the NOF record. If the owner is, unless David is also one of the owner that has been listed on the DOF record, then he can sign.
Can I say something? If you are contesting that the person who signed here lied and there were arrears, or if you are saying the zoning exhibit 2 was not presented because there are questions with the zoning lot boundaries, or it's something material, something that actually impacts the approval and the permit, we would have something to go on, but we're talking about stuff that has no actual impact on the proposal and the permit. You're not contesting that there are arrears or that this property has done something actually wrong. You're saying that there's an administrative or clerical disconnect, and that's why it doesn't compel me. Does that make sense?
Let me reply, Commissioner Young. So what we talking about is not only document error, we're talking about this procedure error is violating either the AC code or the local law.
Okay, so is there anything? Just what my question is there anything that you are talking about that that the only cure would be revoking this permit? And if you have, and I would actually take that question and I would go back and when our next hearing date, write out what or a next date, or before you put it in writing that there is something that happened here that requires and show precedent and case law that something that happened here requires a revoking of the permit. Put it in writing, don't make it very verbose. But
No,
have case law.
I think before we even get there, what we are all struggling to understand, what is the nexus between the fact that you're raising that has not been provided to that issuance of the permit? Where is the disconnect? What, by not providing that information, how is it harming the construction? How is that harming the development? How is that harming the neighbor? How is that causing undue harm to the property owners? I don't see the connection.
Can I reply?
I don't see the connection.
But-
So those are not grounds. There could be application forms, there could be mistakes here and there, but are those mistakes? I'm not saying every application form is perfect. I do not know, and I do not need to know. But the fact of the matter is, how egregious is that information that would that, as Vice Chair Shibata said, that says based on laws that's been promulgated in various courts, that states therefore we should revoke, revoke this permit. You have to be able to give us that case law. We have not so far found any case laws that support that evidence.
The commissioners are suggesting, if they agree with your argument, what is stopping the commissioners from requiring compliance with these provisions and then nevertheless having the permits continue?
Because based on what we are reading, we are failing to see where they're in violation of the administrative code.
And
Yeah.
I would say what's at stake on the other side of the scale is a multi-year, hundreds of people effort, including city agencies, taxpayer dollars, to put this process and to get this approval and permit. I know that there's a bait and switch that is part of this larger community concern, but that is not before us. We're saying these administrative or clerical discussions stand against this huge effort that has been made to make this project happen. So it's not, we're not finding the equal balance here between what you're proposing and the revocation.
Yeah, so that's what we point out, this Administrative Code 28-1.4.11.4, revocation of approval of construction document.
If we do, would you guys want evidence that there's wrongdoings?
Well,
As in literally on the project? Would that be helpful or no?
no,
That's not what's.
that is not what is before us.
So,
Excuse me, please don't.
wait, let me finish
Have
my
the
part.
opportunity to speak.
So, respond to the board, the member. So the first code, I will say, the Administrative Code 28-1.4.11.4, renovation of approval and construction permit. When a department files after approval of construction document, the applicant failed.
Was the construction document approved prior to this?
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt. 28-104.11.4 states that the department has the power and the authority and the right to seek the revocation of such documents. But this section 28-104.11.4 does not create a private remedy for a member of the public to seek a revocation.
Okay.
I think you're best suited, and my trial journey for 15 years before I came here. I think get us something, if there is anything, that shows that this permit should be revoked and case law that supports it. And as Commissioner Yoon mentioned, we also consider the balance of the equities. So I understand the community's concern.
I'm going to, at this point, I think we have heard quite a bit. If you need to go to the next, if there is any particular thing that you have not stated yet, please go into that, because I need to give the floor to other people.
You want to talk about it on the, again?
No, but we want to talk about this or.
No, so we will continue with the conclusion.
Okay.
So for the calendar number 2024-58, we ask the board to revoke the permission permit for 2114 Coral Street. For this, sorry, this is this calendar number. For calendar number 2026-09A, we ask the board to revoke the new building permit for 2140 Coral Street and reverse the relay approval. This is not small clerical mistake. They involve stormwater subdivision and certificate of occupancy record, zoning law information, ownership certification, and violation of the zoning resolution for supported housing. But I'm not allowed to talk about that here. We only ask the DOB to follow the law, apply the same rule fairly to everyone. We are asking DOB to follow the law and apply the same rule to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. First it will be DOB, then it will be owner's rep.
Ms. Brandon?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Megan Brandon, and I'm Assistant General Counsel for the Department of Buildings. I make this statement on behalf of the department with respect to the submissions made by the challenger prior to DOB's written submission made on July 28th, 2026, and in support of the department's written submission. The challenger asserts that the department's approval and issuance of permits for the new building application in connection with construction at the premises was improper and must be revoked. However, the department's approvals and permits for the subdivision, Alt-CO, and new build applications were proper, and the order of such approvals were proper. Additionally, the claim with respect to owner authorization is without merit, and the challenger lacks the authority per the department's code to make such a claim. First, the challenger incorrectly asserts that the subdivision of improved property, the SI application, should have been signed off before the new build application is approved. The challenger points to the DOB Now Required Items Reference Guide and indicates that it establishes a mandatory sequencing requirement. However, this guide is not a binding authority. The challenger is mistaken that the SI application must be approved prior to new build approval. A new build application approval is based on the metes and bounds of a zoning lot and not a tax lot. As long as the zoning lot's metes and bounds remain the same, there is no requirement for an SI application to be signed off prior to new build approval. Nonetheless, the SI was completed in January 2024 prior to the new build application approval, which occurred in April of 2024, according to BIS and DOB Now records. Additionally, in connection with the new build application, DOB allowed a deferral of the submission of the DEP stormwater construction permit from before the new build construction document approval to before the issuance of the new build construction permit. The challenger points to a reference guide, the DOB Now waiver and deferral document request list. Although this guide does not list the DEP permit as being eligible for a waiver or deferral, this list is not binding authority. DOB's allowance of this deferral is supported by Admin Code Section 28-105.1.2, which states that it is a violation of the code to engage in the relevant development activity without a DEP permit. However, here, a DOP permit was submitted prior to DOB issuing the new build construction permit, and no development activity could have occurred without the new build construction permit. Therefore, there is no relief to be granted because the DEP permit has already been submitted to DOB. Second, the challenger incorrectly claims that the documentation was not signed by the owner. The documentation submitted in connection with the new build application, specifically the property ownership statement and the street tree checklist, were in fact signed by an owner pursuant to DOB's Admin Code Section 28-101.5. which defines an owner as any person, agent, firm, partnership, corporation, or other legal entity having a legal or equitable interest in or control of the premise. David Schwartz is the signatory for Coyle Street Owner LLC on the documentation. Specifically, this entity had entered into a contract of sale as purchaser of the premise at the time. Accordingly, the entity was a contract vendee with an equitable interest in the premise at the time of signing the documentation. The department does have a copy of the contract of sale evidencing this and will provide it to the board as part of a written submission for the record. Additionally, the challenger is not the proper entity to bring an owner authorization challenge pursuant to Admin Code Section 28-104.8.2. This section authorizes the department to revoke construction document approval if it receives a complaint from an entity with a valid property interest. Not only has the department not received any challenge to the approval of the Alt-CO or new build applications from such an entity, but there is no record to demonstrate that the challenger falls within this criteria. Accordingly, this is not a proper claim for the board to consider. Therefore, the department respectfully requests that the board deny this appeal. And I'd like to add that to the extent the board wants DOB to respond to any of the additional arguments raised since the original submission, I will address it in a further written submission.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions for DOB? Okay. Is there anyone else with you?
Fan Baton is here as
Okay.
well. Say it again.
State your name and representation.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC, here with Ms. Fan Baton for 2134 Coyle Housing Development Fund Corporation. Not seeking to belabor the discussions of the board. Obviously, there's been a tremendous amount submitted, so I would just reduce and limit my comments to several main points. The first is the statement of fact and findings of the applicant in this appeal, who basically, as was noted by the chair and the commissioners, raised 4 points. One was with regards to the sequencing of the application in terms of the new building application. The second was with regards to the property's owner certification, both in the context of the application for a new building permit as well as a street tree checklist. And then the fourth was for the deferment of the stormwater construction permit. So those are the 4 points that were raised. I understand that the applicant, pursuant to voluminous submissions, has raised numerous other points, including testimony here before the board today. I would say that that's improper. I would note that the DOB response to the applicant's submission was limited to those 4 points only. And so with regard to these other conversations, the chair is correct in stating that the applicant should limit their discussions, and to the extent that there are further questions from the board or it's required, we would reserve the right to submit on that. Having said that, I think that that is improper at this point to address these items. With regards to the substance of those comments that were made, with regards to the sequencing of the application, DOB has already answered the points that the checklists that are provided for applicants for new building applications is as a courtesy to applicants. It does not rise to the level of law. And as has been noted in the cases cited to the board, specifically Bayswater Health versus Karzagunov, a number of factors, there's a quote, a number of factors give strong support to our view that failure to receive prior certification, in this case for a health-related facility, was a mere irregularity subsequently cured as to each of these permittees, which goes to the substance of these of this dispute, which is that to the extent that you are successfully able to submit to the satisfaction of the Department of Buildings, that should be the end of it. As again was cited in numerous cases before the board, Department of Building is well able to administer its own regulations. Do any of the allegations that were made by the challenger rise to the level of an arbitrary or capricious action, something that is against the law? They do not, as was noted by Commissioner Yoon as well. So it's important to realize that both in terms of the sequencing of these applications, as well as to the allegations in terms of the owner's authorizations. I will not belabor the citations in terms of the administrative code, but also in terms of the case law. The owner as contract vendee at the time of execution of these documents was well able to sign as an owner of the property under the necessary definitions. So, to summarize, again, while there has been voluminous materials submitted by the opposition, these don't go to the core question here, which was whether or not DOB adhered to its own practice and procedures and policy, which they did. And again, none of the allegations here go to a substantive issue which would demonstrate that the applicant here was doing anything illegal, was purposefully obfuscating any of the provisions that DOB has set forth. And so the application should be and the appeal should be dismissed in its entirety. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Now let's open it to the public. We will start with elected.
No, you want to do the standard
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
statements? You got to do the statement first.
Can you share the screen?
Jella, can you share the screen? Let's go first. Just let me, I have to do a statement first.
Share notice.
The case we're currently discussing is item number 7, 2026-09A, 2140 Coyle Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-864-4118 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone to be able to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment on this application 2026-09A, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. Please proceed, State Senator.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Senator Steve Chan from Southern Brooklyn. Today, we have witnessed, again, improperly filled out applications, captions left blank, exhibits improperly mixed up. There's so many questions. It's discrepancies about the application process for this development. We heard the chairman here talk about how this hearing is about whether this building permit is properly approved. But yet we heard Commissioner Yoon here talk about how we need hundreds of apartments. So going back to what I said earlier, I feel that there's nothing we can present here today that is going to make the DOB adhere to their own bylaws. And to me, that's biased. I ask that in future BSA hearings that maybe we don't talk about the reasons why these permits are needed, instead of, like you said, Chairman, just whether the permit was properly approved. Thank you very much.
Next person, elected official? Any more elected officials? Anyone in the Zoom? You want to also state?
I just wanna
Councilmember
state-
Assis, would you like to speak again?
I'm sorry. I wanted to state just in response, I did not say that we need hundreds of apartments. I was saying that a lot of work has been done towards obtaining that permit. That's what I stated.
And all we ask is that
I just wanted to correct what you said
This
because
is
that's
really
not
must-
what I said.
And all we ask is that,
Who wants to speak on this? Sorry.
and all we ask is that
Who's my favorite YouTuber?
ask the Department of Buildings to adhere to their own bylaws and their own codes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Councilmember Narcisse? You may speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for your time, and I know it takes a lot, long hours, and you're sitting here, and those that in the Zoom. All I'm hoping for, it's a fair share of the time that my constituent put in the time to gather all the information. And even after this, I'm hoping, and I'm always hopeful, that you can look through the process here to say moving forward. But I cannot believe that this process went like this. Like DOB did not engage with me to the process to make it easier for my constituent. I cannot believe that all the floors that attach with the beginning, I understand that you said it's not a space where we can actually talk about the bait and switch and all that, but it should be relevant in making decision because we trust people and we have laws to follow. So I'm hoping that with those laws, the thing that we highlight here this afternoon, that we can do better and engage more. And that's the message for DOB and HPD, because my constituent, I don't know if you're aware that I was in a room where I had more than 2,000 people yelling and screaming, saying that we're not following our own laws and we're not doing what we're supposed to do. If you had been in my shoes, you will know that why I'm sitting here all day, because my constituent deserve their time that they put in to do research and to understand what took place, that we don't repeat it. And I hope we can make a fair decision. At the end of the day, it's not me to make the decision, it's the board and Madam Chair. Thank you for your time and everyone here, that we can make the constituent believe in the process and they can feel like they were heard for this process. So thank you for your time, whatever the decision you made. But I feel like the engagement was not there in the beginning to make people feel that we as government is working on their behalf and the people that's here in the panel. Thank you for your time again. Thank you.
I have to say, I do appreciate both your participation and State Senator Chen's participation in this. I know you mean well for the community and want to see the best for your representatives, and we respect that. We also have to do what we can do given the parameters that we have been given. So I hear what you're saying and I respect your position on this matter.
All right,
Let's
public
open it up to
speakers are in
public.
the room. The first sign up, we have Elliot Myers.
Please state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Elliot Myers, and good morning.
Could you move the mic over a little bit, sir?
Yeah, please. How about now? Good?
Yep.
All right. Good morning. My name is Elliot Myers. I submitted written testimony in support of the applicant BSA 2026-09A. I'm here to address sections 1 through 3 of my written submission because those sections establish the core jurisdictional defects that requires revocation of new building approvals issued by the respondent DOB. 1, ownership defects. I keep hearing about the AC code 28-101.5. Yet I did not hear about the New York City Building Service Notice, new required document, DOB now, build property ownership certification, local law 160-2017. Who is required to submit the property ownership certificate forms, new building, and all code? Who are the property owners who must be listed? Must be listed. It's section 2 of the form. It does not say anything about AC 28-101.5. I'm quoting. This is part of the package that you received from the applicants, and it's dated August 10th, 2021. Who are the property owners who must be listed in section 2? Right now, we have David Schwartz as the owner, Coral Street Owner LLC, and Slate Property Group. For purposes of property ownership certification form, the owner of the property is the property owner reflected in New York City Department of Finance records. If the owner listed as DOF records is an entity, list only the entity, and the property owner, other than the entity, are individual stakeholders. What I am saying is, it does not say anything about that AC. I'm going to give you the official records. You go to New York City Department of Finance, ACRES CRFN 2020-000142213, and then you go for the non-public version, which I have from a Freedom of Information request. That has a executory at best deed of sale that does not have a sign and dated for the owner and the seller. Let's get to the seller. The seller is Core Properties. They are the owner from 1998, according to the official records, till May 23rd, 2024. All-
3 minutes. sir.
Your 3 minutes is up. Please wrap it up.
I'm just saying they do not match and that they did not meet a mandatory requirement. That was the mandatory requirement.
Thank
So you talk about records, that's the record, that's the fact, not this AC. The fact of that date is you must match it.
Thank you.
you, Mr.
Chris Chiritano.
This gentleman, take my. I have a disability, so I can't,
Okay,
and I'm not hearing what I like to hear.
okay.
So.
He can't,
He can
you
speak.
can speak for him? Okay.
I'm going to talk about part of this.
Okay.
I can continue this, or I could talk another part, because this has to do with the revocation. And my package that I gave to you on sections 4 and 5 of my written submission for 2026-09-A. The approved plans by DOB contain 0 type A accessible dwelling units. Page 5 of the DOB accepted plan states, and this is in quotes, all dwelling units are handicapped adaptable, meaning type B adaptable only, not accessible as built. For a DHS families with children use group 3 facility, DHS term sheet for long-term shelter contracts with nonprofit ownership requires compliance to section 504 and 88 Title 2, the Fair Housing Act, and the Butler Settlement. Under the 2010 ADA standards, new construction residential facilities must provide at least 5% mobility units and 2% communication units. These units must be built and present at initial occupancy. Type B adaptable units do not satisfy ADA or section 504 because they are not accessible as built. For 175 unit, that's approximately 17 type A accessible units. The ND plan that was approved by DOB has 0. DOB cannot approve a DHS use group 3 facility that is inaccessible by design. Second, the NB plan classifies the building as R-2, permanent housing, which is the wrong occupancy for a DHS facility. DHS shelters are group 3 social service facilities, not R2 apartments. R2 does not meet OTDA shelter standards and does not meet the ADA Title II Social Service Center rules. It cannot legally operate as a family and children's center. Third, the approved plan contains a non-compliant unit mix. DHS term sheet states there should be no more than 30% studio, 40% one bedrooms, 25% two. I'm getting to the point where the family shelters have 134 studio apartments that do not meet 88 qualifications. 134 out of 175, 77% are 0 bedrooms studios, where their guide, it's only a guide, is only 30%. So DOB approved plans containing 134 studios, 70% of all units for family with shelters. These defects, the 0 units, the R2 classification cannot house families with children, and a unit mix that cannot serve families with children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Made it. Okay.
Kelvin Ho?
No, that was
No?
not, he's
Okay.
the A case. It's Mr. Wibing Huang.
Kevin Wang?
Wang? Yeah, do you need an interpreter? Oh, no. Okay, anybody? Just raise your hands. I don't want to assume, but just anyone, raise your hands.
Please state your name.
My name is Weibing Huang, and hi everyone, and respect chairperson and board members. My name is Weibing Huang, and I'm a Western living near Questrick. I'm here today to speak in support of the appeal for BSA calendar number 2026-098. And we must examine an important flaw in the record keeping and processing of this property subdivision. Here, look govern how property are divided and tested. Under the Department of Finance Policy and Procedure Memorandum from July 2nd, 2019, the order of the stat is strict. So for improved property, the Department of Building must certify that new parcel follow all zoning law before the Department of Finance issue a final tax lot. So approval of this subdivision application proves this certification. So simply put, low subdivision approval means no final tax lot number can be issued. The record in the Department of Building Information System for job number 321601619 tells a conflicting story. Item Tesla final lot number issue shows the received date of November 13, 2023. Yet the official subdivision application approval date is much later, which is on January 9, 2024. And even stranger, the tentative lot number document was only received on January 5th, 2024. So the final test lot number appeared near 2 months before the subdivision approval and before the tentative lot number was even submitted. And therefore, this timeline breaks the required legal order of operation. And the sequence shows a major deviation from the standard regulatory procedures. So we ask the board to recognize this error and support this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jianwen Chen. I apologize if we're pronouncing the names wrong. Chin Wei. Thank you.
Hi,
for the
good
correct-
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jian Wei Chen. Actually, I was going to talk about the exhibit 3 or exhibit 2 issue, as you guys discussed earlier before. But since you have come to a conclusion, I'm not going to waste the time, right? But I'm just saying, right, this kind of doing is not clear, it's not convincing, it's not fair at all. So I hope the board reconsider and revoke the permit. That's my point. Everything you guys talked already, so I don't want to repeat it. That's it. Thank you
Very much. Thank you. Anyone else? If you're in the Zoom room, you have an attendee, Bert Fajardo.
Fajardo.
You can, Bert Fajardo, you can speak, state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Bert Fajardo. Actually, it's a request. If the board could respond to the points that Elliot brought up, because they were pretty specific in terms of statutes and requirements.
You should listen to our review session. The board went through the 4 points that were raised by the appellant, and we.
I listened to it. I was present. I didn't hear the board address the ADA requirements and the other points that Elliot brought up.
Before the board, that is not before the board.
It was submitted by Elliot and there's no response to it?
That was not challenged by, that was not in the initial challenge by the appellant. I've made it very clear. Initial challenge, I identified 4 cases, four issues, and the ADA issue was not at all raised. So that is not before us, and that is not something we can discuss. I appreciate the issue being brought to our attention, but it's not before us for this particular case. Thank you. Any other particular matter that you want to discuss or state your concerns about, Mr. Farhad?
No, that was it.
Thank you. Anyone else is in the room? Mr. Paul?
有人要发言吗？还有吗？
Anyone on Zoom?
在 Zoom 上面有人要发言吗？
Okay, no one's responding.
Can I make a quick statement? No.
Yeah.
Might be a little abrupt, but excuse me.
Let him just.
Yeah.
This is the last speaker we are going to take,
I'm gonna speak.
and you have 3 minutes.
Put the clock on.
Name is Chris. I support the BSA calendar number 2026-09-A. I want to talk about an important point, which is supportive housing. Before City of Yes, under zoning resolution section 23-912, supportive housing is restricted to be used as affordable housing for persons with special needs, according to the regulatory agreement. 2, after City of Yes, under zoning resolution section 27-112, the basic rule remains the same. Therefore, it doesn't matter if it's before or after City of Yes, supportive housing is only restricted to be used as affordable housing under the regulatory agreement. In the city's common supportive housing model, about 60% of apartments are for people who qualify for supportive housing, and about 40% are for low-income working families. So supportive housing does not only help people coming from homelessness, it also provides permanent affordable housing for low-income working families. If this project becomes a shelter only, the low-income working families will lose their opportunity for affordable housing. We should not sacrifice the interest of one vulnerable group in order to support another vulnerable group. Both groups deserve to be protected. Since DOB approved this project as supportive housing, it should follow its supportive housing zoning rules. For this reason, I asked the board to revoke the new building permit.
Sorry, 1 second.
And the last thing is,
Please, you need to refrain because we cannot hear this.
I'm so sorry. If you're gonna speak, you have to speak to the board and we'll have the interpreter translate for
And-
you.
and the question I posed to the board here, with all due respect, would you like a homeless shelter right up the block from your house? With all these beautiful people here and their children walking around being exposed to all this? Do we have to sell our homes and move somewhere else?
Thank you.
Sir, did you want to speak?
你要发言吗？
Because I write down the name over there the first time when I come to the.
You may speak.
Yeah.
可以可以，
Just
可以。你需要翻译吗
I called everybody.
？OK。
Good morning, everyone. My name
State
is.
your name.
Oh.
Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Calvin Ho. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here today in support of calendar number 2026-09-A. I respectfully ask the board to conduct a thorough and independent investigation into the building permit issued for 2140 Coyle Street, Brooklyn, New York 11229. My concern is straightforward. 2140 Coyle Street is not a legally recognized house number and address. In addition, according to NYC website Solar, there is no information to show any property record for the above address. I'm also concerned DOB for the verification process for address 2140 Coyle Street. I understand that the permit application may not contain the required PW1 and the verification stamp for the topographic unit of the Borough President's office. If that is correct, I believe the board should determine how this address was established and verify before the permit was approved. Besides, the accuracy of an address is fundamental to the building permit, property record, and the public approval process. Therefore, I respectfully request BSA and DOB determine whether 2140 Coyle Street is a legally valid address, how it was entered into the permit application, what documentation supported, and whether all required verification procedures were followed. If the investigation identifies any error or violation, I would like to ask agencies to take the corrective or enforcement action, including revoke this new building permit. Thank you, Chairperson. One more sentence I want to mention. It looked like today when we come in, when DOB do everything, it's forgivable. If the simple people, they do anything wrong, all permit, cancel and revoke. You think this is fair for us? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Are we done?
Okay.
Any more speakers? All right.
Representative back.
Yeah. Your partner, your representative, the representative? We have to set a. Yeah. Did he leave? Okay, so you can stand up. You're part of the team, correct? Okay.
So based on the information that's been provided, and I respectfully, appreciate everybody's comments that we have received. What I'm going to recommend is that we close the hearing and we keep the record open for the appellant, for DOB, and for the property owner's representative to provide a summary statement simultaneously. And that would be the last supporting document. And it shall be no more than 4 pages, including attachments.
Okay.
4 pages, including attachments, a summary statement regarding the 4 points that's been raised. And I'm going to read out those 4 points. 4 points being revocation of new building work permit, application is contrary to the subdivision application approval, property ownership certification to seek DOB permit, the street checklist, and the improper deferment of stormwater construction permit. Based only on those 4 elements, provide your summary statements, and this applies to all of them. And DOB said that it will provide an, I think, DOB said it will provide something. You will provide the contract vendee for the record, right?
Contract of sale. yeah.
The contract of sale. That is a document.
Correct.
For record, so please provide that. That's the only additional thing DOB will have to provide. Rest of it is, and for all of you, summary statement. Okay.
And that's no exhibits, no new exhibits. To the extent you'd like an exhibit, refer to something already submitted.
Yeah.
And please print out, please attach the full cases that you cite.
No. It has
I want to be
within
able,
4 It
yeah,
has to be within 4 pages.
most legal, if they cite one case, then we won't be able to write the first time.
Okay, all right. Is there any case laws?
What?
Except for case citations and, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Motion to close?
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, are we gonna set a schedule or do you want me to reach out to?
I think
all
you
parties?
should reach out to.
Okay,
all
I will be
parties
reaching
and
out to all
schedule.
parties to set a schedule of submissions.
This is.
Replies, everything, okay?
There won't be any SIR reply.
Sorry, not SIR reply, it stands
Sorry,
corrected.
Sorry, please, there will be one.
Summary
Statement, that's it. Everybody has to submit simultaneously, that's it.
Okay. So we'll figure out.
No, yeah, only one summary statement each, all simultaneously.
So that'll be one at one time and then we'll have the hearing date. Okay, and that's it. You want to take a break or?
Do you want to take a break or you want to go to the next hearing?
I need 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute.
Take a 5-minute break and then we'll resume with the last item.
Okay. Is this off or on? Okay.
I'm done though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, when I said schedule, you were thinking,
No,
no, you said schedule, I said schedule, you were thinking, that's why I said.
no, I mean schedule the hearing based on the submissions. Everybody.
On the same day, same.
Everybody will have to submit on the same.
Okay, fine.
They'll have to submit on the same day. No problem. Okay. Commissioner Yoon, thank you for feeding me.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Matias, we're live recording and streaming. We may continue with today's public hearing.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 10th, 2026. The zoning calendar, new cases is the next item, item number 8, 2026-06BZ, 511 West 25th Street, Manhattan.
Okay. Please raise your hand so that we can recognize the team. Barbara Cohen.
Eric Palatnik, Barbara Cohen. Fariba McCoy, Austin Curry. And Eric Palatnik.
Um,
Do you want to start?
yes, please. Yes.
Okay, is everyone in the room? Or is your whole team in the room?
Yes, I believe everybody is here.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm, sorry, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, please state your name. For the record.
Yes.
Proceed to respond to board's comments from review session, whoever is the lead.
Hello, thank you very much for taking the time to meet with us today. My name is Eric Palatnik. We know you had a very busy hearing before, and we've heard the review session, which was quite extensive. We have 12 pages of notes from it, and we think you were quite comprehensive. If the board would like to discuss any of the points that you raised, we would be happy to, as we have our entire team here. But we thought your time could be better served if we take those notes from the hearing earlier today from your review session, and we diligently attend to addressing each of those points and come back to you so as not to waste your time today. But we are all here to address any specific point if you would like us to speak to it.
I think, as you said, Mr. Palatnik, we were very clear in what our questions were. And if you are not prepared to answer those questions now and you want to put it in writing, that's fine with us too. But I will ask my fellow commissioners if you have any specific questions that you want them to answer, want the development team to answer now.
No, I think that's the best way to go forward, Eric. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So please do listen to the review session again and go through the comments. There was quite a bit of extensive comments, and they really do center around two things, and that is the A and the B finding, which, and I do also have questions regarding the D finding because of the Zelda and the easement part of it, and how that affects the uniqueness. And therefore, final statement is the E. I do want for the record to say that, and this was provided to me by Jessica, and I did not realize it, that we do have a final sign off from Landmarks Preservation Commission with regards to it not having any archaeological significance and designated New York City. However, I don't think it's still response to the fact if LPC has reviewed the enlargement that is being proposed on the 9th floor, and if that has been approved. So that set of plans still needs to be reviewed and approved by LPC before the board can even consider all the findings. Any questions or comments?
Very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go to the
Let's
public.
then go to the public.
Ms. Pringa?
learn how to do this. Keep going.
The case that we're currently discussing is item number 8, 2026-06BZ, 511 West 25th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to comment in this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Webber ID number 161-864-4118 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted to speak, enter is press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment in this application.
Mr. Plotnick, how much time will you need to make your next submission?
If we could submit in the latter part of September, if that would suit the board, third week or the very end of September.
So that means what's the submission date for October?
October 5th and 6th is 9/22.
Maybe we could have ask for the week after if we may.
So October 26th, 1920 hearing is October 6th submission.
That's suitable. Thank you. That would be great if that would appease the board.
October, what is the hearing date?
I guess if you're doing BZs, it'd be the 20th,
Yeah,
1920, and the submission date would be October 6th.
okay. Also, I just do need to know, what is the status with Landmarks Preservation Commission?
Sure, we're planning on making a formal landmarks application once this action is taken, whether it should be an approval or not, one or the other.
What do you mean, once it's taken?
We're not moving simultaneously with landmarks. We started some discussions with them, but we're going to be making a formal action with them after this action is complete.
Okay. Have you had any initial discussion with LPC?
Sharita, our architect, is handling that. She is not on the call right now. Aaron, have we had any meetings with LPC at all yet on this site?
I don't think we've had any formal meetings.
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear.
No, we have not had any meetings yet with landmarks.
Okay.
Don't you think it might be a good idea to do it in tandem, just because landmarks may have many revisions that they generally do?
Yeah, we cannot approve the bulk without having an assurance that LPC would be, LPC would approve a bulk addition on the roof that would be consistent with the historic district. So
We will take that under advisement, and I think that's good advice to us, and we will start with reaching out to them immediately.
yes, please do. Because it should move simultaneously, and if the project is going in a direction where the board feels that a variance is justifiable, then as part to meet the findings, we would need LPC sign off prior to us coming to that conclusion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's very sound advice. Thank you.
Okay. So no one has called in, no one's raised
All
their
right,
hands.
nobody has called in, so we will schedule this for hearing in October 19th or 20th with submission due date October 6th.
Right. And to the people who are still in the room, if you have not heard your case today, there is another hearing tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, and Council Vine just pointed me to section 25-305, which basically prevents us, A1.
Oh, sorry.
No, is it? No, it's not A1.
We can't grant unless we have LPC sign off.
It's this one, C1. C1, which basically prevents BSA from granting. I'm sorry. All right. It basically is section 25-305, C1 prevents, it says a copy of every application or amended application for a permit to reconstruct after.
Sorry, it's B1.
Oh.
No application, no permit.
Oh, okay. Sorry, can you just read it?
Yeah,
out because-
Admin code 25-305B1 states in part that no special permit or approval shall be granted by BSA until Landmarks has issued a CNE or on proposed protected architectural features or a C of A or a notice to proceed.
We'll review that as well and we'll get on that immediately.
Thank you.
Seeing that there is no further.
Yep.
Any more further questions?
No.
Complete? Okay, seeing that there is no further commentary, this concludes the public hearing for August 10th, 2026. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Okay. Yara, take care.